Okay.
We're on.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. At 6:14, we will initiate this meeting of the Mount View Westman School District Board of Trustees. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, trustees. We'll now move on to the roll call, please.
Ellen Wheeler,
Laura Blakely,
Jose Gutierrez Jr.,
Devin Conley,
and Tamara Wilson. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. And we'll move on to item 1C, the approval of the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, and a motion made by trustee Conley and seconded by trustee Blakely. The approval of the agenda passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 2, opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Dr. Rudolph, are there any members of the public who have expressed interest in this?
No one's raised their hand, and if there's anyone who's on the phone, they can hit *9 to raise their hand and request to speak. So,
okay, let's give that a second. So just in case somebody pops in. Got to remember to scroll down on these.
nope,
Okay.
nobody has raised their hand. I also want to point out that there is Spanish interpretation for those who are logged in. If you click down at the little globe, you can get a live Spanish feed at the same time.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Okay, well, we'll move on now then to item 3 in closed session. And that will, at 6:16, we'll move on to closed session. Thank you, trustees.
are we going to be invited to a room?
Takes a second for me. Give me a second. You're good to go now.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Looks like all 5 trustees are present. So at 7:15, we will reconvene this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School District Board of Trustees. I'll report that no action was taken during closed session. I'm going to move on now to our consent agenda, item 5. I believe we have I don't see it on a revised set of minutes for July 23rd. So if I could get either an amended motion or a motion with the item removed, that would be great.
You're voting to amend the item 5A, or you're voting to remove it. So if you amend it, you just need to call out what the amendment is.
Trustee Wheeler,
Yeah, I move that we approve the consent agenda with amended minutes on the personnel report. I mean, on the minutes. So that's item 5A.
and those are being updated as we speak. They should be available shortly to the public.
Well,
I get a
they
second?
will be. Sorry, they will be included as for the record on the next board meeting. And what the board is removing is that the board had an item listed on closed session, but it did not include the descriptor. And so that item is now being removed from the record, which would have been 3A, item 1 on the board agenda previously. And both board minutes will be uploaded on the August 20th meeting.
So I have a motion to approve consent agenda with that amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, on a motion moved by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Conley, the consent agenda with the amendment passes unanimously. We'll move on now to item 6A, employee organizations. Are there any members of employee organizations that would like to address the board at this time? I'm seeing a no head shake. We'll move on then to district committees. I'm hearing silence. I'm almost seeing a head shake, I think. Okay, and then we are moving on to superintendent.
Yep, just a couple logistical items. Again, for those who are logged in, there is the ability to have the board meeting translated or interpreted simultaneously. You just need to click the globe at the bottom to hear the translation or to switch over to the Spanish channel. So just want to let people know that that is available. The second thing is I just want to say that we have a series of meetings coming up. I met with the reopening task force earlier today and had a great conversation with them. So the reopening task force is comprised of teachers, classified staff, principals, and central office administrators to talk about sort of our plan of action. We also have a community check-in tomorrow that we're looking forward to. There's over 730 people that are registered. So glad we bumped up our Zoom account. And then we have a series of meetings. We have a staff town hall coming up and a couple other ones to talk about sort of what's coming next. So just want to put that out there for the board and for the community.
Trustee Gutierrez.
Quick question, Dr. Rudolph. I understand a couple of weeks ago you also had, I think, a cafecito. So I'm just trying to figure out what was the attendance like for that?
So we actually moved the cafecito back just because we had just had a board meeting and made a change. So the cafecito is coming in, I think, a week or so. I don't have my schedule in front of me, but
No worries. Okay.
there's the cafecito coming up.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, Superintendent Rudolph, you mentioned the all staff meeting, the all hands meeting, and I think the public would be interested to know that you have a speaker coming to speak to all the staff members, and that's Sal Khan. So that's pretty exciting, a local celebrity.
Yep, we're excited to have him. He and I are going to do a sort of Zoom side chat. Technically, the fireside chats were done over the radio, so I guess we could call it a fireside chat. But we're looking forward to having him talk to our staff as part of All Hands on Monday. And I do want to point out there was one other item. We do have back to school nights coming up. The middle school will be 8:25 from 6 to 7:30. Elementary will be on the 26th from 6 to 7:30, and TK will be on the 2nd of September from 6 to 7:30 also. And we do have a parent university coming up next week. That parent university is geared towards helping parents to understand how to use all the digital tools that we have and understand how they can help their child learn under the digital learning environment. So we're excited for all those things to take place. And I do not have that day in front of me, but it is next.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Any other questions, trustees? Okay, we will move on now to item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Are there any members of the public who'd like to raise their hand in the chat box of the Zoom meeting, or maybe who have expressed interest on the phone, who would like to talk to us about things that are not on the current agenda? I'm moving up and down on the participant window and don't see any hands.
Right, there's no one there. So if someone does, I'll let you know. They come right up to the top.
Okay, oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on now. Seeing as there are no comments on non-agenda items, we're going to move on now to item 8. And before we start this, for folks on the phone, when an item comes up and you'd like to provide a community comment, we ask that you please raise your hand so we can allocate minutes to addressing and giving you time to address the board with your comments. This is just so we can know the sheer volume and the number of minutes that we need to allocate so people can be heard. I'll reiterate that as we get to an item that I believe we've got a lot of community feedback and we've definitely received a lot of emails on, but I wanted to say it now and I'll keep repeating it so folks are aware of the process. But once we start in on the questions for any item, if hands come up after I've allocated minutes, it would be unfair for me to take minutes away from people who have already been promised time. So please put your hand up as quickly as you can and get counted, and don't wait till the last minute. Thank you very, very much. We'll start on now with item 8.
President Wilson,
Yes.
could we just add, if people are on the phone, they raise their hand by pressing *9.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. Thank you. We may need to let he's translating, so I'm going to pause here. Okay. So we'll start on now with item 8A, childcare options during stage 4. Thank you, trustees.
Hi, good evening. I want to start by thanking our providers for their responsiveness and flexibility as we've tried to, as we're getting ready to open the school year. The providers have worked very hard to keep costs down for parents given their current constraints that they have from both the state and the county. So we have all 3 providers that will be on our campuses, and they will each be giving a short presentation about the programs they'll be offering. So we'll start first with Right at School. And presenting for Right at School is Felicia.
I'm here. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi, perfect.
All right, so I am going to, hi there, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. I do appreciate it. I am going to attempt to share my screen. All right, and can you all see my presentation, hopefully?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, there we go. All right, so my name is Felicia Morden. I am the regional director for the Right at School programs that are located on campus for before and after school care. We are serving, well, we serve during the school year, all of the elementary school campuses for before and after school care. And we've been with Mountain View Wisman for the last year. So we're really excited to be able to partner with the distance learning that is going to be happening. And I'll talk a little bit about that tonight. So what we'll discuss is distance learning support, what that will look like. We are going to talk about safety, which is absolutely number one. I'll talk to you a little bit about the locations that will be servicing families, what the enrollment looks like, and the options we've created for families. And then, of course, the Q&A at the end if there's any questions. So first thing I want to talk about is how we're going to support distance learning. So I think some of the most important things right now, of course, are safety and social emotional learning and how students are doing socially and emotionally. And so those are two of the really most important things to us, is making sure that one, we are creating stable cohorts. So making sure that we're able to create classrooms that are static, that are always going to have the same students in it on a daily basis. Make sure they have the same Right at School educator every single day so that they will not have different teachers coming in and out every other day in order to keep those groups as stable as possible. And of course, with safety, making sure that we are adhering to any Mountain View policies, any Right at School safety policies, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. So cohorts are our number one defense to make sure that we keep those students from cross mingling with other groups of students. Social and emotional support, really near and dear to my heart. I have a 12-year-old who is struggling with distance learning, so I feel it on so many different levels. But some of the things that we'll be doing in order to support that, one, I think most importantly, is daily check-ins with the parents. So making sure that there is anything that we can do while we are with those students during the day, want to make sure we're able to provide that. Alignment with the school and classroom objectives. We want to make sure that whatever the school wants to happen is happening while the students are in our care. That creates that consistency for the students and they know what to expect, and that helps things stay as stable as they can in what sometimes seems like an unstable world right now. Also, direct coordination with school leaders and teachers when individual questions arise, because they will. And there's going to be some things that are outside of our wheelhouse. If you ask me about math, I'm not going to be the best person to help you, but we'll definitely be able to either have someone there that can help us, or we have really great relationships with the school teachers, school principals, where we can get additional support should we need it. Balancing screen time and outdoor time is really, really important. I'm going to refer to my 12-year-old a couple of times. Video games are life right now. And so really thinking about all the screen time the students have had during this pandemic, and then including distance learning into that, it's really important to us that we balance that while the students are in our program. Obviously, we'll be in front of the screen for Zoom learning, making sure that the students are getting their work done. But when we're not, we'll be outside, we'll be playing games, we'll be doing physically distant activities, getting the wiggles out. You can't focus if all your body parts need to be outside moving. So we'll make sure that we are able to balance both of those things. Consistency is also incredibly important. Making sure that our schedule will match the schedule for the students that are in our care is going to be incredibly important. And then the consistency of the staff that will be on site, as well as just really being consistent in our safety practices, how we're supporting the students, how the leaders are guiding the educators that are with the students every day. So that consistency is incredibly important as well. Safety is number one, always. We have been running camps with Right at School for essential workers since March. We started running camps in Washington, and I think I didn't tell you guys at the beginning of the presentation that I oversee California, Arizona, and West Texas. And I have also had camps that are servicing essential working families, both in Arizona and Texas. So why I think it's important for you to know that is that we have been going through all the guidelines, going through all the different safety procedures, and really feel comfortable that we have a routine down that will be able to keep all of the students that are with us incredibly safe. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. So first thing to know is we will be conducting wellness checks for all students and all staff every day. No one will come onto our campus and into the into the program without having their temperature taken, making sure that there is no fever, making sure that we do a questionnaire to find out, have the students been around anyone that's not feeling well? Are they feeling well? Do a visual health and safety check to make sure that everyone looks like they're feeling well. If they are not, we will not permit them into the program. Hygiene practices. Hand washing in childcare is always something you really want to make sure you're doing, but even more so now. So definitely between just washing your hands after the bathroom, when you come inside from outside, before you eat, those are all the standards, but we'll also be washing our hands several times in between, making sure the students are not just getting their hands wet and saying they're clean. We'll make sure that they're washing for 20 seconds. They'll sing a song, we'll do it together. Additionally, we'll have hand sanitizer on site. So if we're outside and we need it, or if we just need a quick little cleanup, we'll have that available as well. Physical distancing. We don't like to call it social distancing because we still want to be social. We still want to have friends and have experiences that are social, but it's absolutely, we're able to do that with physical distancing in mind. So making sure that we're doing the very best we can in all classrooms and outside to make sure the students are staying as far apart as we can keep them. 6 feet is the goal. Some students sometimes will cross into those bubbles that we're going to call them, but we're going to work with them and teach them the right way to physically distance. All of our curriculum and our games, everything that we have designed for these camps that we'll be conducting are all done with physical distancing in mind. Staff face masks. Staff will have face masks on from the time they leave their car and walk up to the program to the time they get back into their car when they're done. So face masks, the Right at School will be providing for each employee. They will have them on site as well, if in case anyone forgets them. So face masks are non-negotiable for all. I'll show in another slide, but we'll also be asking students to be wearing face masks as well, provided by families. We also have personal supply kits. Traditionally, you'll see students sitting at a table and everyone sharing from the same bucket of crayons. That is not something that we're doing right now. So everyone will have their own kit, their own pencil box that has all of the things that they need. They'll have their own crayons, their own markers, pencils, anything you need, we'll have that available for them. And they'll have their name on it, so we're not sharing it with other students. Sanitization obviously is incredibly important. We will be cleaning surfaces throughout the day, high traffic surfaces, tables, chairs, walls, everywhere and anywhere that needs to be cleaned will be on it every day throughout the day. Staff to student ratios have also become smaller than typical. So in a pre-COVID world, we would be running a ratio of 1 educator to every 14 students. And we could be in, for example, a cafeteria, multi-use room, something like that, with up to 60 students maybe in one space. We're not doing that now. Right now, we're running a ratio of 1 teacher to every 12 students. And those students are alone in their own room. So we are not combining group sizes outside of 12 students. So our alignment with California policies right now, obviously we'll be wearing masks as well as will the students. One of the things that we already talked about was pick up and drop off from outside the classroom with parents. And one of the things that we've learned throughout the last couple of months is that CDC guidelines, state guidelines, they change daily, sometimes hourly. So we have it down so that we are making sure that we are keeping up on all of the latest and greatest when it comes to the new guidelines and the new procedures we need to follow. So we will continue to do so. So where are we going to be located? We are going to be located at Crittenden Middle School. We have the availability there to have up to 60 students enrolled. Currently, as of today, we have 20 students enrolled in program. We are able to accommodate up to 60 in Crittenden, and then there are portables near the district office that we will be able to move to if we need to open a secondary location, and we can fit up to 40 students in there. If we do get to that 100 cap, we're able to continue to opening locations. We have some others on standby, so we're not concerned at this time with over-enrolling or not having space for families. So we are encouraging families to sign up so that we can start creating stable cohorts and making sure that we are preparing for the right amount of students. But when it comes to capacity, we are ready to go today with 100, and then we'll be able to move forward with more if needed. So for enrollment, we're currently enrolling essential families. So we're doing priority registration for essential workers, and we define an essential worker in alignment with California state government website. There's an online form that families will fill out. It's coming straight to me, where we are then, after they are vetted and we make sure they're essential workers, we're sending them a registration link so that they can enroll online. August 7th, so starting tomorrow, registration will open to all families. We do have an online payment portal where people can register, pay for their tuition. Everything they need to do is all online. It's exactly the same process as we were using during the school year, just obviously with a different, little bit of a different product here. So flexibility is incredibly important. So what you're looking at now is the different schedules that a family can choose. So typically, again, in a pre-COVID world, we would have a monthly tuition rate where a family would say, for the month of August, I want to use this care and this schedule. Well, for right now, because things are so up and down, we are doing a weekly tuition. So families can change their enrollment on a weekly basis if needed. So they can add, they can take away, whatever makes sense. So you'll see here that we are also running a school day program, which is an 8 to 4. So we'll be able to facilitate all of the distance learning and then still have some time for students to participate in active activities, things of that nature. We also will have a morning only and afternoon only. So if a family only needs 4 hours twice a week, we can get them 4 hours twice a week. If a family needs 5 days a week from that 8 to 4, we'll be able to provide that as well. So as flexible as we can be is been really important for us in serving the community. All right. Does anybody have any questions? I spoke a little bit fast, so I hope that I was clear. What questions can I answer? Hi, Ellen.
Yes, thank you. So I appreciate the flexibility and your specific descriptions of how you're going to do that. And you're talking about 12, cohorts of 12. But I'm wondering how the flexibility will work if you're trying to keep stable cohorts.
I think it's a great question and one we've gotten quite a bit. So what we are encouraging families to enroll now so that we can really get a handle on how many people are actually going to be using that full-time care versus that shorter amount of time. And so what we'll do is we will group students. So all the 5-day-a-week students will be in the same cohorts. All the 2-day-a-week students will be in the same cohort. So it's going to take a lot of planning and a lot of organization, but I'm really good with spreadsheets, so I'll be able to figure it out. And so that's how we'll be doing the cohorts. Now, we'll also be very honest with families. If there are some circumstances where we have students coming in or out, we'll let families know. So transparency is so important. We're going to be able to do the very best that we can with keeping them stable, and we'll communicate with families throughout the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. I have a question in terms of when Mountain View Wistman does get to start to reopen, how will that play out in terms of reclaiming the space? And in addition to that, would you prorate families who've already paid for a month, say if we open up, 2 weeks into a month or 3 weeks into a month?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So when it comes to the proration of tuition, we are able to do all of those things. So if a family pays, and typically tuition is non-refundable, but if we're going back to school and things are going back to normal, then we'll be able to prorate or refund in those situations.
Okay.
I'll answer the second question. So each of our providers were actually offered spaces that they would be able to keep for the duration of the year. So that way there would be no disruption for Right at School or the YMCA, or for Newton throughout the year. They can keep going even when we bring students back in. So we're utilizing every empty space. And then in the event that we need after school or before school, I think there's a conversation that we're willing to have both with YMCA as well as with Right at School about the possibility of moving into additional space, because they traditionally, both providers run those programs too. And they normally utilize those spots for that. But by running a full day program, they're going to be put in sort of a precarious position. And so we're working on finding a solution with them also so that they could do the after school care too.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I saw Jose's hand up, Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam President. Hey, Felicia, thanks for the presentation. I have a quick question. I might have missed this, so bear with me. The full day program, the school day, is that for a certain age group?
It's for TK through 5th grade.
Okay. And how does that work? If they're, let's say I've got a second grader who needs to do his work with MVWSD, how do you facilitate them being able to do our work?
It's a great question. So when we put our cohorts together, there's a lot of thinking that goes into what that will look like. So we're looking at keeping stable cohorts, not only just by their schedule, but also their grade. So ideally, and again, these are things that will be more clear as families enroll. So for example, right now we have 20 families. So that's not a ton to work with, but I think we'll continue to grow. Once we have that information, we'll know these students go to Therakoff and these students go to Landals, wherever they are, and we'll be able to place them in their stable cohorts. The idea is so that they can be either with their same school and their same grade, depending on how many students there are, or at least the same grade, no matter what school they go into. So they will also be, we'll have at least 2 educators per cohort so that we're able to ensure that we're helping the students as questions arise and go from there. So I think the other thing that I want to be really clear about too, I think this is a learning process for everybody, right? So that's my best laid plan. As we move forward, we're happy to make changes, make adjustments, connect with parents, connect with teachers, and make sure that the way that we're working our schedule and our day is actually filling the needs of the students. So that's the best laid plan, and then we'll see what happens from there.
And this is for children of essential workers?
So we are prioritizing essential workers, but tomorrow registration opens for everyone. So everyone is able to enroll, but essential workers have been given the opportunity. We opened, oh my goodness, I believe maybe on Friday or Monday. I'm sorry, I can't remember, but they've had about a 4 or 5 day window for essential workers to enroll before to make sure we had room for them.
Okay, one final question. So in terms of the open families, so this could be any family in general, because I'm starting to notice an equity issue here, right? So with low income families, what are you doing in terms of scholarships or grants? I know the first year you had some capacity for that. I'm hoping this year that's probably improved. If not, what's the approach to that situation?
So this question actually came up in the board questions. The state does have subsidies for low income families that both providers, both the YMCA and Right at School in Newton, or sorry, all 3 providers, will be able to assist families with applying for those. And then we are working on a different option for our McKinney-Vento families at Castro that is completely separate and ran by the district. That is for them as opposed to the Right at School, YMCA, and Newton option.
So if I understand that correctly, there'll be money coming in through a third party, which is a state agency through grants or what have you, but the actual company itself is no longer providing scholarships like they did the first year.
Right. I think, you know, and I don't want to speak for each organization, but as far as I understand it, their profit margins are basically non-existent at this point. And so they're relying on the state to provide the additional assistance to help families because of the cost. And so that's why all 3 of them will facilitate the application through the state reimbursement process.
So if a family wanted to apply for assistance, do they just apply directly to the child care program, or do they contact their principal or their SCEF? How would a family do that?
Sure. When it comes to the state subsidized programs, we work directly with an organization called Choices for Children. And so Choices for Children, the family, if they already have a social worker or contact, they can go directly to them. But we find a lot of times families aren't really aware of the resources that are available to them. So they can come directly to myself or to the program manager, any of the Right at School team, and we will make sure that we support them. We have resources, we have contacts that we can put them in touch with and help them through the application process.
So they do that through Right at School?
They can do it through Right
You'll
at School.
facilitate. That's where they'd ask. Okay.
Yes, that's where they would ask. And one other thing too that I want to go back to that scholarship question. During distance learning, We do not have any availability in order to be able to do scholarships. However, once we go back into a hybrid or a before and after school model, that is something that will pick back up as it did when we pre-COVID. So it's not something that's going away forever. It's just something that's on pause while we get through this time. Thank you. Devin.
Yes, and this might be a little bit more for Dr. Rudolph than you. I apologize, Felicia, but you're doing a great job answering all of our questions. I'm wondering, Dr. Rudolph, if we could actually have our SCEFs proactively reach out to our students who qualify for free and reduced price lunch to inform the families about the opportunity to get subsidies for childcare. Is there a way that we can, be the facilitator of getting that information to people and helping them into the process, because they might be focused on other needs and issues right now and might not be aware of what's going on?
Director Chang, you want to answer this?
I would love to. Yes, we are actually in the process of doing exactly that.
Great. Good answer. Thank you. I had one more question. Do we have any priority for our teachers and staff in terms of signing up for childcare? I know they don't fall under the essential workers, which is a little bit tricky, but in some ways we're making them work even if they're at home.
So they definitely, from our perspective, definitely do qualify as essential workers. And we are not in a situation where we do not have enough space. So if there are teachers that are in need of care, we have plenty of space and the availability to expand if needed. So that's definitely something that we can take care of.
That's wonderful.
When we provided our list to the providers, we did ask that they prioritize teachers right under essential workers. So yes.
Thank you.
I have one last question. Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. So let's say that a family applies for the scholarship or the grant, and for whatever reason, they don't get it. What happens then?
Well, and I mean, we unfortunately are a fee-based program and we do go through that subsidized care. So, I mean, I definitely am in contact with Director Chang, and if there's anything that we can do, I would definitely have a conversation with him. But I don't have an immediate answer for you for that, but definitely something for me to take back and think a little bit more about.
Yeah, that would be appreciated, because if let's say they apply, I mean, in best case scenario, they get information tomorrow, which I don't think will happen, but hopefully I'm wrong, right? And then you get applicants come in and they apply, and then they do the scholarship program. And then they may not get feedback until 2 or 3 weeks from now. My concern is if they don't get that scholarship, are they going to be charged those 2 or 3 weeks worth of fees? So yeah, it'd be great if you could try and problem solve that one, and looking forward to your response.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will also share that a lot of times when we work with Choices for Children, sometimes their processing does take a while. However, they do backdate their funding. So if someone applies for something on the 5th, but isn't actually approved and have the approval in hand for 20 days, Choices for Children does go back and pay for that time frame. So that is a more logistical question. Doesn't really answer your question, but hopefully give you a little bit of peace of mind.
Right, and that's just for the ones that are approved, so it doesn't for the ones that aren't. But thank you so much.
Of course, thank you for the question.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. Other trustee questions?
Just want to point out, you still got 2 more providers that are supposed to present. So.
Okay. Why don't we, we'll continue on with the presentations and then maybe save all the comments and questions for the end if trustees all agree. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Felicia, for your presentation and for your time.
Absolutely, thank you for having me.
Okay, up next we have the YMCA and Danny Kubata and Sabrina.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Danny Koba. I'm with the YMCA. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Development, And I've been lucky enough to be in this community, grow up in this community and in the school district. So I love coming here and hearing about the great work. So let me share my screen and we'll get started. Can I just confirm, can somebody confirm you can see my screen? Perfect, thank you so much.
We got you, yep.
Well, thank you for inviting the Y to be part of this partnership. COVID-19 has affected all of our lives, creating hardships and uncertainty for the future, and it's been a heavy weight for our community. We're thankful for the opportunity to work with the district and the other service providers in providing support services for families of the district, as well as our essential workers this fall. While support may look different than it might during a regular year, our experience over the past few months has proven to us that an enriching and engaging environment can happen under new safety regulations. The PowerPoint that I'm going to show you has a tremendous amount of information on what we've done and what we will do, but behind every word is a face of a child that benefits from distance learning support, enriching engagement, activities, positive social development, and being with their friends and caring staff in an in-person program. Over the past 6 months, our teams focused on adjusting our traditional programming to fit state and county regulations. We received tremendous support by Santa Clara County Office of Education in building our health and safety guidelines to address new regulations as they come out, and found additional support through the El Camino Health System to review our procedures before we started our essential care workers program back in March. Their support gave our youth development professionals the confidence that we had a strong safety foundation to build programming around that would address social, emotional, educational supports and the immediate need for care for our local essential workers. So a quick overview of what the Y has been doing over the past few months. When schools closed back in March, the Y planned to follow suit and close our after-school programs. Shortly after that decision, it was clear that there was a need for care for families of essential workers in our area. Through multiple partnerships, we've received the financial support to provide essential workers programs for families that live and worked in South County, and in addition here in Mountain View with our healthcare workers through the El Camino Health System. During that time, we continued to evolve our program and implemented distance learning education in small, stable groups. We trained our staff teams around COVID-19 protocols, transitioned groups from activities while they're practicing social distancing, adjusted our games to be non-touch, and adjusted to a brand new cleaning schedule. In total, we served about 120 families over that 11 weeks at 4 different locations in Santa Clara County. Actions we took that aren't listed on our slide is that in addition to our in-person care, we also extended our virtual support for students and their families. We provided virtual learning enrichment that included online lessons, pre-recorded videos, and just calls to families over Zoom to check in and see how they were doing during this difficult time. And we continued that through the year. We also provided resources for families to do things together on our YMCA website, whether that's our group exercise classes or activities and lessons that they can do in their living room. So when summer finally started, we took our essential workers framework, pivoted our program to launch our summer camp program. In a normal summer, we rely heavily on transportation and field trips and on-site vendors to come in for enrichment. And we really took the time to redesign our services to focus on activities that kids could do as an individual or in small groups following social distance guidelines. This included activities like scrapbooking, hip hop, photography, gardening. And as we're finishing up our summer, this is our last week, we've been very lucky to report that we've had no cases of COVID-19 with our campers, and we've been able to serve about just under 1,300 individual campers through our service area. As our program evolved, there's some key areas that we needed to address, and we wanted to talk about what we learned as we've been going through these programs. In specifically supporting distance learning, what we found was communication was key. Very much as the questions came up, mixed groups and having multiple distance learning classes happening at the same time needed to be worked out. And what we found was communication was key. Communication both with the parent as well as with the teachers when we could, to understand not only what the schedule of the child was, but also look at what supports that child specifically needed in order to be successful in a digital space. We also took the time to make sure that we orientated both the child and the staff on the equipment and the platforms that youth had and that they were using. We found that that was a major gap in the beginning. And so we took the time to ensure that both our staff supporting youth as well as youth understood how to use their hardware and how to use the platform they were on. One of the pieces that we quickly discovered is that it was also a lot easier for us to have extra equipment, both hardware as well as hotspots in those cases that classes go down, to ensure that we could quickly get a child back into the class if something happens. Another learning that we had was physical activity is so important during distance learning classes, and in order to get them up and going and release the energy. So we spent a lot of time strategically thinking about where physical activity should happen during the day in between classes as brain breaks to really kind of balance out that child experience. And of course, we wanted to inspire our staff to really be creative and take this new environment and run with it. And what helped us quite a bit was thematic programming. So giving a theme that gave our staff the freedom to really look at what hands-on activity and enrichment activities they wanted to include. And these would include things like online field trips, dramatic playthrough songs and skits. And all of this, we encouraged them to listen to the youth that we had in our program. So it was built around what they're hearing from the youth and building out around that youth's choice and interests. For our Y Super Scholars program happening this fall, what we're looking at is we're looking at a program that will operate from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and it will be set into sessions of 3 weeks at a time. So our program will be a session of 3 weeks. Payments will be broken up weekly to help parents out. And it will be with the main focus of supporting distance learning for all students, providing additional enrichment activities in the case there's multiple schedules, and having additional activities so then that way we can work with both students who are in a class, and in those cases we might have children who are not, that we have hands-on learning that's happening. So our program will include those physical activities, but also the COVID-19 safety lessons. And this is something that we had learned very early on back in March, is the education, both going out to families on how to keep their families safe, in addition to in program, was a key component that we felt that needed to be included. We'll continue our hands-on STEM-based activities, and of course, our developmental assets curriculum in partnership with Project Cornerstone. So this is a sample schedule. And again, as we understand it, the distance learning will happen through the majority of the day. But these activity pieces, we will end up integrating and being flexible as we learn about the different schedules that will be happening. But our goal is to ensure that both physical activity and enrichment is happening throughout the day. So we will have our programs located at 4 different sites, that being Bub, Bearcough, Montaloma, and Graham. And as I mentioned this year, those sessions will be 3 weeks sessions in accordance to county regulations that give that direction that those cohorts really should be together for 3 weeks at a time to ensure that that spread can be minimized. It also allows families to change their plans after those sessions are done. Currently, our structure is that we are providing care at a rate of $260 a week per child, and those will be collected every single week. And we are running Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 through a 5-day model. In working with the County Office of Ed and the Emergency Response Center, that 5-day model was their recommendation, and it served us well through this summer. So over the next 2 slides, you're going to see our healthcare protocols, and I also shared them in written format. As I mentioned, we've been very lucky to be able to work with some very key folks in helping build our procedures, and we'll continually reviewing the county orders to make adjustments to our procedures. These procedures are up on our website and will ensure that all families receive this before program, and we walk through this with every single staff before the first day of program. Of course, we include our full health check for both our staff as well as our youth, and ensure that they are feeling well and they're ready to come to work, and that we identify before somebody comes onto program whether they have a temperature or not feeling well. We also go into the following the county procedures and kind of explaining a little bit more for our families that, you know, it might be that families, even though you have two different children in program, because you're coming from the same household, you'll be placed into that same group to help minimize the spread in the case that there is a positive reaction in your household, that we can really control that spread and work effectively. So we talk a lot about, and I'm sure you'll hear this quite a bit, as right at school had mentioned, washing hands and looking our sanitation is going to be a huge part of what we are doing this year. And we've gotten really good at making sure that those things happen between all of our transition periods. So before meals and after meals and between each activity, we're really looking at how do we incorporate the cleaning, both from the youth themselves and our staff. And of course, those stable cohorts. As I mentioned, our groups will stay together in that same cohort. In the way that we've separated our program are going to be by grade based. And so they'll be with the grades or close to the grades that they're in, with some adjustments for families. Very much, as you've heard before, best practices is to ensure that equipment is kept as an individual and not shared. And those things that need to be shared, that we properly sanitize and let them sit for the time that's required by OSHA to make sure that they're safe to be able to pass on. So what I wanted to do is just kind of share some testimonials that we've received from our families over the last little bit. And I did have one that we just received that I thought kind of encapsulates our program. So I wanted to read it to you. Mr. Adrian Morales and his staff have gone above and beyond to provide invaluable learning experience for my children. Each day they've come home smiling and ready to share with me stories of activities they did and the friends they made. When I pick them up, I'm greeted in a friendly way by the camp staff, and I see that they've gotten to know my child and appreciate having them. My family and I continue participating this summer. Thank you so much for your hard work. I know it hasn't been easy during these unprecedented times, and I appreciate the thought and energy you've all put into creating a loving community for the children who attend camp. And that was one of our campers as we finish up our last week. As we have been trying to figure out how to create programs, how do we serve the families that that have been with us year after year, the question really did come up about how do we support when we have less resources around from the YMCA side. And so I did want to answer the question that came up earlier in the question session. So we absolutely will support working with our what we call third-party providers and those from the county and in connecting them. But we're very lucky to have some amazing donors at the YMCA who understood right off the bat that there are going to be a lot of families in need. And so we do have some funds in financial support to be able to provide to families in the case that they're not able to get that support through the state or through the county to the ability that we're able to provide. And with that, I hope I didn't run over, but I definitely wanted to just say thank you again for this opportunity. And you know, I will be around for questions after Newton's presentation.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you. And up next, we have Newton Tall. Do you need any help, Tall, or?
sorry, I'm having some difficulty with the sharing of the screen.
It worked for a second there and then it's closed. We could see your PowerPoint on your desktop.
Oh, sorry.
No, no problem. I wasn't sure if you knew.
Let me then,
Give you the green share button at the bottom of the screen. There you go. It says you're starting to screen share. I can see a mountainous background on your desktop. There you go.
okay, sorry about that.
Slide 2, no worries.
There we go. Okay, well, thank you. Sorry about the technical difficulties. So thank you for allowing Newton to join the district and offering childcare during this time as well. We are excited to offer it at Stevenson Elementary School, where we will be caring for one group of children. Our program will be following the orders and the guidelines of the county, state, and CDC, and I have provided the most up-to-date guidelines right now and links to them should anybody be interested. And although they all say different things, what we will be doing is following the most restrictive policy of the 3 different areas or regulations. So in order to offer a safer program, we are redesigning 4 areas of our operations. Those 4 areas are the health and hygiene routines that we have each day, the requirement to wear face coverings, limiting group sizes, mixing and gatherings, and physical distancing. We have been using these guidelines since we reopened in April in Menlo Park, and we have seen successful reopening of our program. So I'll share a little bit more information about each of the areas. So with regards to updating our health and hygiene routines, we will be improving and requiring hand washing throughout the day at each transition, going inside and outside, touching your face, eating, and using the restroom. Our preference is going to be with hand washing with soap and water under running water for 20 seconds. But where that's not available, we'll use hand sanitizer of at least 60% ethanol with adult supervision. We will be intensifying our cleaning and disinfection efforts of all high-touch areas, including regularly sanitizing all toys. We are using an EPA N-rated disinfectant that has no synthetic chemicals. It's a botanical product and does not require PPE to use throughout the day while the children are outside of the room. And it only requires 10 seconds of contact with the surface to be effective. In addition, there'll be daily cleanings that we're very grateful are going to be offered through the district facility team. Further, with regards to the update of our health and hygiene routines, where we have a daily health and safety check that we'll be doing, that we take the temperature of each child and adult who comes into our center, and as well as a daily health questionnaire that has to be completed online each day, asking about the information about whether the child or anybody in their close family household has had any contact with somebody who has been ill or has symptoms of COVID or flu-like symptoms. And then we review those questionnaires each day before the child is allowed to come to our room. And if they're answered all no, then they're allowed to come. If there is a yes in there, the way our questionnaire is set up is it allows us to have a conversation with the family to make sure whether or not we want to have the child come to the program or go see their healthcare professional or go and get tested for COVID. The last part of updating our health and hygiene routines is that children who show contagious symptoms will be excluded from the program. Whether that happens during the program, we would of course immediately separate them from the group and send them home. We're requiring that of the staff as well, and we will follow the guidelines of the county with regards to how to allow the child or staff member to return back to the program. In terms of offering a safer program, the next area of offering a safer program is the requirement of face coverings. We will be encouraging children to wear face coverings as much as possible. What we are seeing is that the younger kids in coming kindergarten are having a little hard of a time, and so we are working with them to put them on as much as possible. Of course, the older children, once they're in first grade forward, they're having a much easier time. One thing we've done to help encourage the children to wear their masks is we have very colorful and child fabric masks for them to wear, and they can we give them some so they can pick them and have like a favorite mask or design on that. Our staff will be required to wear face coverings at all times, and any adult who drops off or picks up will also be required to wear a face covering. The next area is limiting group sizes, mixing and gatherings. We will have one group of 12 children. The children will not be allowed to participate in any other childcare program while they are participating in this program. It's something we ask in the daily health questionnaire. We are requiring continued enrollment until it's time to transition into hybrid learning. However, there's of course a cancellation policy that allows you to cancel with a 3-week notice, and that's done to allow us to maintain a stable group for the 3 weeks that are required. Groups will not be allowed to interact with any other group who might be on campus. We won't have another group, but that will be a setup, part of our setup. And any of the staff who are working with the children will not be allowed to be working in another childcare setting or in another stable group somewhere else. And no visitors or parents inside the classroom. Our checkout will be outside, and of course, no tours. And then the last area of updating our operations is the physical distancing. So the classroom will be set up to provide as much space as possible between the children, and having activities that promote distancing as much as possible. All eating will occur outside. And while we're eating, masks obviously are off, and children will be separated where siblings are sitting together and everybody else is 6 feet from each other and facing the same direction. And drop off and pickup station will be set up outside of the classroom in a way where parents can maintain a 6-foot distance from the staff. So that's the safety portion of our operations. Some information about the program. So the primary focus of the program will be to support distance learning. We will set up daily routines that will allow students to participate in online distance learning assignments, complete any work or projects, and their reading time. We keep logs of all of this so that we can then communicate with our families about how the day went. During this time, we'll offer a quiet classroom-like setting to encourage the learning part of the day. And the staff will be supporting the children in that. We will have 2 staff members present throughout the day for a group of 12 children. in our experience offering emergency childcare at the onset of the pandemic in April, we realized how much work it was to make sure all the different kids were getting onto their screens and classes, and make sure to keep them on board with that. And we do think it is required to have that extra help, especially with the extra distance learning requirements that are coming out. And the time outside of that we'll spend in distance learning, we're going to organize with some outdoor time and hands-on learning activities that over the time of this pandemic, we've really updated to promote an inclusive team-like environment, because we'll be now caring for children from, let's say, kindergarten through 4th grade in one group. And so we kind of like to think of it as a second family style of activity where we're all working together to be a team on a competition or some type of learning project that we've put together. Enrollment and eligibility and our tuition. So we opened enrollment on Monday at 9 a.m. We will be reviewing applications, and we currently have 13 families who have asked for a spot, which means we're full and need to decide who can participate. And so we are going through these steps to see who qualifies. Parents will be asked to certify their essential critical infrastructure worker status. And so we're finalizing that. We have one registration option, which is 8 a.m. until 5:30 p.m. The goal is to support those families who have to go into work for the full day and have enough time to pick up after. Our tuition is billed at $500 a week, and we have 2 spots that we can offer as scholarships to families to participate. And we do our scholarships internally through our own funding, and we also accept 4Cs. And then, as I said, 12 spots. So then lastly, if anybody has questions after tonight, we're available through this link, and happy to answer questions as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Tal.
Thank you.
And since now we've been through all 3 presentations, we can open it up to questions from trustees. Sorry for the procedural error. Trustee Blakely?
I was just curious how many spots were in the YMCA program. I think there's up to 100 for Right at School, 12 for Newton. And how many YMCA?
How many spots available, or how many have
Yes.
we filled?
How many available?
I'm going to turn this over to Sabrina, who knows that count a little bit more, who's also on the call.
Hi there, everyone. Currently, with the rooms that we've been given, we have space for 120. And as of today, we are at 78 registered.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Other questions from other trustees?
Yes, similar to Right at School, if the YMCA reaches a higher request of enrollments than that, will we possibly be able to expand?
Absolutely. I'm sorry, Rebecca.
Go for it.
Yes, absolutely. So we do have the space the district has allotted us has been amazing, and we still have our spaces in conjunction with that. So we definitely have quite a bit of space that we can grow into.
Thank you.
Other trustees? Okay, are there any members of the public on the phone or on the Zoom chat that would like to address the board on this item? I don't see anybody on here.
No.
I have a quick question.
Oh, who am I speaking with? I didn't see your hand up, ma'am.
It's okay. I don't know how to raise hand up here. I'm
Oh,
Nhung,
it's okay.
and I have a quick. Oh, I see it now. So for the YMCA, I see that there's a BUP option and a DELCOF option. Do the kids have to be to attend those school in order to attend those, or just so you can pick, but you don't have to
Yep.
attend those school?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yes, as far as I understand, all the options are independent of sites. Is that correct, Dr. Rudolph? So anyone can apply to any of these. They don't have to be at the site where the program's operating. Like, so Newton, you don't have to be a Stevenson attendee to go. And is that correct?
I believe that was a tenant, Dr. Westover,
Okay.
That's correct. They can attend any school.
All right. Thank you. Are there other members of the public? The way to raise your hand is if you click on the participants button at the bottom of the Zoom screen, a participant list pops up, and in the lower right-hand corner is the raise hand function, in case anybody will need it either now or for a future item. I don't see any other questions from the public, so I just want to thank our 3 groups. It looks like Trustee Conley is, I'm not sure what she's doing with her hand.
Failed hand signal. If you're trying to raise your hand from the phone, press *9. I think we'll have people joining us as we progress through the evening. So as long as we keep sharing the information.
I'm sure there's an alert being pushed out for when the item comes up.
But I just want to point out that this is for public comment, not for questioning. If the board's going to change its process where the public can ask questions, you may want to say that now, but you just mentioned in the event that there's more questions. I'm not trying to argue whether or not answering the question is the right thing to do, but this is public comments. I don't want to set up an expectation that we're going to be addressing every single question back and forth.
Thank you for the clarification. I don't see any other hands, and I don't see phone calls coming in on this item. So we'll finish it up with additional trustee comments at this time. You guys dueling hands here. Trustee Blakely.
I just wanted to thank all the healthcare providers for being really good sports and putting together thoughtful programming. And I'm happy that we have these spots for our kids.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, I'll second that. It's just really incredible that we were able to pull these programs together. You guys have already been operating and obviously doing so safely and without a single case. So I think that shows your due diligence. It's a lot of work and effort. We understand and we appreciate. So thank you for all of that. Trustee Conley, you had an additional comment?
Yes, I wanted to thank Felicia because since she was first out of the gate, she had to answer most of her questions. I'm sorry that happened, but I appreciate your sincere effort to answer all of our questions. And I'm really pleased with the work our school district and all of these providers have been doing to try and find solutions for not only essential workers, but any families that need a place for their children to go, including connecting families to opportunities to apply for aid in affording childcare as well. So it's just huge in this crisis that we be able to provide space for families who need space for their children during the day. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, trustees. So there's no further comment. I think we'll move on to item 8B, COVID-19 budget update. I believe Dr. Westover.
Yes. All right. So with so much changing, we wanted to make sure to give you an update on the budget and kind of what's been happening at the state level as well. So coming back to our strategic plan, because we ground all of our work in it, the district will maintain a balanced general fund, but can have deficit spending as long as we are between 17 and 20% in the third year out. So looking at our adoption process, on March 16th, we went into shelter in place. Then we had the governor's May revise, which then continued to change through June. And in June is when we actually adopted our budget. So this is the process that typically happens when a budget is passed at the state level. And here in May, we have when the governor submits his May revise, and this is when we had our budget hearing. Then they continue to go through the budget process, and the governor this year finally signed the budget on June 27th, which was after when we adopted our budget. So our budget, what we adopted, was based on current information, and sometimes you have to make a budget based on what you have in front of you currently. Ideally, we wait until we have all the information, but that's not always possible. So when we come again in front of you to present first interim, know that all of these pieces had not fallen into place when we adopted our initial budget. So some things that are positive. The budget deal restores some of the proposed cuts. However, it doesn't provide for growth or increased labor costs. So they restored us to the 1920 funding level, but did not provide a COLA. So these are the funds that were not in our budget, but are currently being allocated to the schools. However, something that we are also anticipating is our lottery funding is expected to decrease by at least 15% because people aren't buying as many lotto tickets. Other major elements, the state is going to use the 1920 ADA for purposes of calculating the 2021 funding. We can meet instructional minutes and day requirements through distance learning if we comply with certain requirements. And this is something that you have all been seeped in recently. It also has the prohibition of layoffs for teachers and classified employees that work in nutrition, transportation, or custodial services. So some other good news. Details are still emerging, but what we do know, we have learning loss mitigation funding, CARES money, and other one-time monies. So this comes to the tune of about $2.7 million. And listed on the screen is a summary of how the funds can be spent. We're still working on exactly how we spend the funds. They have different rules by when they need to be spent by. Some have to be spent by December 30th. Some have a longer window. So how we apply these funds, we're working on the process right now. But this is positive news that we have money coming in to help us offset some of the costs of managing COVID-19. We also have to adopt a learning continuity and attendance plan, or a LCP, and how we're addressing student learning during COVID-19. It's going to take the place of the Local Control Accountability Plan, or the LCAP, for the 2021 year. And the reason I mention this is because CARES funding may be spent prior to the approval of the LCP, which is different than the LCAP. And part of this is because they know that districts need the funds right away to spend. So that's a change in practice. This is looking at our multi-year projection. And when I talk about this, I want to make sure that this is a snapshot in time. So when we created this presentation a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, this is exactly where we were. This is taking into account the assumptions that we had in place during our budget adoption. So for example, 0% property growth for year 2 and 3. But this is not a prediction of what we think is going to happen because there are so many different variables. This is simply a snapshot of where we are. So looking at our multi-year projection in the 22-23 school year, we're projecting a 19.43% reserve level, which I think is very positive considering where many districts are in at this point. Going back to what we talked about when we looked at our budget adoption, much of this is due to the fact that we are a basic aid district and the majority of our funding comes from property taxes, which at this point is stable. So our next steps, we have new assumptions from school services of the California Finance Workshop with updated assumptions. FCMAC will release a new LCFF calculator, and first interim will be updated with these assumptions, and we'll continue to monitor changes. So that is our budget update for you. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees?
State tax revenues had a delayed date of, when you had to send your taxes in.
Mhm.
Do we know yet what kind of revenues we received? So, what we had talked about before is normally we get a May revise, and now this would be like a July revise. I haven't heard a thing about what kind of revenues came in from the late taxes. Have you heard anything, Dr. Westover?
Maybe I'll put it in context of MVWSD first. Thankfully for us, we're a teeter district, which means no matter how many people are late on their taxes or delinquent, right now we still get our full payment. In terms of from our county, what I have heard is that they did see some delinquencies, but not astronomically more than they would typically see, which is also good news.
It is good news.
Are there questions from other trustees? I see none. Are there any questions from the public? If you're on the phone, please hit *9. This is not on the future item that everybody's been alerted to, but the one that we're currently on. And if you're in the Zoom chat, the lower right-hand corner of the participant panel says raise hands. If you have a question if you have a comment on this, please raise your hand and we'll address it at this time. Okay, seeing as there are none, are there additional comments from trustees?
I hope we were able to get as much of that CARES money as possible. I'm glad that that is being made available. And I know we're speaking from the bottom of the political rung, but I hope that our federal government continues to address the need for aid across our country, and especially for school districts as they face having to reopen or support students at home.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Any other comments from trustees? Thank you, Dr. Westover, for the update. And it's nice that we're continuing to do these as we move along in this process. As new unexpected expenditures are happening, it's really nice that the trustees are being kept appraised of what's happening, where we're at, and where we think we're going to go, even though things are evolving on a near daily basis. So we appreciate your time. Thank you. Trustee Conley.
Yes, President Wilson, given that our next item is budgeted for 2 hours and our meeting was scheduled to end at 10 p.m. and it is currently 8:30 p.m., I would like to make a motion that we extend the meeting until 11:30 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, a motion passes unanimously. The meeting is extended till 11:30. Thank you, trustees.
Would it be possible to have a quick bio break before we begin the next item?
Good idea.
Sure.
Quick.
Quick is the best intention. But if we have 3 more hours, this is a really good idea. We're in it for the long haul, folks. You better grab your snacks and add your bio break and grab some. You need a hydration system, and it's okay to have one of those backpacks. We're good. We are forgiving. There you go, Laura. Now we've lost a trust. There's another trustee, and we've lost our superintendent. Let's see if we can find him. If I bow out at a certain point, I have a certain 10-year-old to get to sleep. So I may have to step off. It's not that I don't want to be here. I just need to get him to sleep. All right. Dr. Rudolph is back. I'm gonna go here, and we will now start. If everyone's ready, we will move on to item 8C, getting to reopen. I'll say it now really quickly. When it comes time for public comment, it's a comment period. It's not a question period. We will sum up the number of hands raised in the Zoom window, chat window, and then allocate time to that number. So if hands come in after I've allocated the time, I'm not going to go back in and rob time from folks who've already been given time. So I want to say that now, and I will reiterate that after the presentation. So everyone's clear. If you're on the phone, please press star in order to give a comment during the public comment period at that time. Thank you all, and we'll hand this over to Dr. Rudolph.
All right. So technically, rumor has it, if you want to put your son to sleep, have him come in and listen to the presentation. Should be good to go. I think he'll be asleep in no time, maybe around slide 30 or so. Should make it happen. And I just want to point out before I get started, I can't wait for the day for trustees to vote to reduce the end time as opposed to extend it. So you're more than welcome. It's always an option, even though you never exercised it, but just want to point that one out there. Nothing wrong with that. All right, with that said, enough from the peanut gallery. Let's go ahead and get started with the presentation. All right. So we just released our reopening plan. It's a good 90-something pages. Parents are more than welcome to look at it. It is the work of, there have been over 20 meetings that have taken place since the end of May. There have been focus groups which have had over 130 participants. There's a reopening task force, which is made up of staff that has met. We actually met earlier today before this board meeting. There have been public meetings that the board has added in addition to this meeting. So we've increased the number of meetings that we've had. And then also we've done a series of community check-ins almost once a week. We've taken off, I think, July, a couple times in July, right? So we've clearly done a lot of outreach to advise sort of what our approach is going to be. So I just want to go back to what our guiding principles are. Number one, and you heard this from our providers for daycare, safety is priority number one. And so we want to make sure that we're keeping students and employees safe. We also want to be nimble and be ready to deliver instruction for any of the 4 stages. Just so you know, 2 days ago, the Department of Public Health just came out with new guidance that in order, if a district applies for a waiver, there's a 14-day waiting period before you can actually execute that. So we need to be ready before that. And in the tentatively agreed MOU that we have with our teachers, we also put that 14-day notice period in there so that in the event that we were going to move to a hybrid model, we would utilize those 14 days to let our staff know. We also want to make sure that we're creating high quality, equitable learning environments for all students. And we want to involve the community in solutions and planning and implementation. So this slide has been in here since the end of June. And I think it's important for us to show sort of how fast this has grown. And I want to point out the next couple of slides that I'm going to show you, even though they've been updated since this board agenda has been posted, the state of California has now stated that the numbers that they have are actually wrong. And so we expect to see an increase in the coming months or in the coming weeks or days. So on June 26th, there were close to 4,000 cases. And in less than a month and a week later, it almost tripled, where we are at 11,000 cases. And then again, what you can see is that there's now incomplete cases, incomplete data due to the state's system. But the number of deaths have also increased too. We have increased by close to 40, which is unfortunate. Again, one thing that we're noticing is that across the county, this COVID-19 is disproportionately affecting our Latino community more than any other group, which is obviously an area of concern, but also where we are seeing the largest number of cases, even though when we started this, we noted that anyone above the age of 60 was most vulnerable. What we're starting to see now are the number of cases that are occurring, as well as the number of deaths that are starting to occur fall within the ages of 20 to 59, which is actually where the majority of our workforce comes. What's also a little concerning, I've brought this up a couple of times, is that 64% of the cases are now presumed as community transmission, meaning that we don't know exactly where it is coming from. This comes from the state of California. So one of the things that the state also came out with is that if a county is at 200 per 100,000, they would not be able to apply for a waiver. We're currently, and again, there are issues here, so we won't know what the true number is, but right now we are at 152 per 100,000. So we're coming close to that threshold, which would prohibit us from applying for a waiver at all. There have been 14 new deaths as of yesterday when I pulled this data. And as you can see, the number of tests that are reported in the last 14 days are 79,000 with a 3.8% test positivity rate. So I'm going to take this through sort of a sequence. First, I want to talk about the health and safety protocols. And then as I work through that, I'll get to what learning is going to take place. The first thing, and I've talked about this, I'm going to fly through this a little bit, is that we want to make sure that our schools are safe. We are doing a lot of work over the coming weeks to make sure that we're ready to go. We're installing the MERV 13 sensors. We are now putting in automated soap, paper towel dispensers, as well as water faucets. And we are also putting in sanitizing stations, automatic hand sanitation stations throughout the school communities. In terms of physical distance and personal protection, we're actually in the process of passing out all of our PPE equipment. We have touchless thermometers, we have a cloth mask, we also have face shields, and we have the clear face mask also for our staff. But what we are going to note is that in the event, regardless of whether or not when we open, or whether or not we're open or not, in order to step foot on campus, everyone is required to wear a mask. And in the event that we move to stage 3, all students, regardless of age, will be required to wear a mask also. Which is very important. And part of that is also based off of, after we made this decision, the University of Chicago actually came out with some research that shows that children ages 5 and under actually have a higher viral load, even though they're asymptomatic. And so again, if we're holding true to the first tenet of our plan about being safe and nimble, about making sure that we are safe for employees as well as students, we want to make sure that we're adhering to that. We also will be requiring social distancing across the board. We are modifying schedules. We want to keep students in stable cohorts. We are going to be serving meals out of every single site. We will be sending out more information of that. So we are moving from what was our feeding program, which is concentrated at one site, to we will have now feeding programs at all of our sites. We are working on spacing all of our desks to ensure 6-foot distancing. We will stagger lunches and recess time. And of course, we're avoiding all large gatherings, which are prohibited by in Santa Clara County by the Department of Public Health. Again, we are also working on physical distancing for employees. Employees, as part of our agreement, employees will be allowed to utilize our facilities during the day, but in doing so, we need to make sure that there's 6-foot social distancing for them too. And so now I want to talk about a mandate that comes out of from the governor. So we have came to an agreement with El Camino Hospital where all of our employees are actually going to be required to have a COVID test. I actually take my test tomorrow. And so we have to take the test every other month. I know that some companies around us actually test at a more frequent basis, but right now that's the capacity that we can do. So 50% of our staff have to be tested once a month. So after this month, then my next test will be in October. And so we have to alternate months. However, in the event of a potential exposure, we will be asking our employees to take a test. So let's talk about that for a little bit. So first, in the event that we open up, one of the first things that we do is that we are going to ask staff as well as parents to do a self-check at home and to make sure that they don't, that they go through these questions and sort of answer, do I have any of these items? And if so, then I need to stay at home. However, one of the questions that kept coming up is what happens in the event that we actually have a positive case. And so first we want to get the info and we want to isolate the person. We want to assess the risk in consultation with public health. And then we want to consider what different strategies we need to sort of take. Public health will work with the family or the individual to identify the close contacts and communicate that with us. They also will work with the district to conduct contact tracing. We, depending on whether, on sort of where we are, will take a couple of different items. We are going to mandate, and this is an update to this sheet, and I forgot to update it in this deck, but we are mandating that in the event of a potential exposure that all employees go get tested. But we also will exclude those contacts from campuses. And the person can return to the school after they meet the wellness criteria that's been mandated. We also will be communicating. We will work with the Santa Clara County Department of Public Health to communicate out, but we also have our own letter, and we do have to adhere to the FERPA protocols. So similar to our lice notifications, we will notify you that there has been a potential exposure. However, we will not identify the student or the family or the employee in the event of that. And then of course, we will support our providers right at school, Beyond the Bell, YMCA, with their communication to parents in the event that they have a possible exposure too. We will make sure that we clean our schools, disinfect, and then we will work with public health to determine what happens in terms of reopening. And then again, you can read all of this, but there's also if there's a probable case, we're going to look at whether or not they should or should not come to school. We're going to ask them to go and get evaluated or tested. And then again, if there's a confirmed case or a suspected case, we're going to assess the risk and make appropriate actions, or we're going to go and allow the person to return back to school. So the important part here is to understand what happens. A lot of people have asked, in terms of when are we going to close the class, right? So after you do the daily check, you can attend school, or if yes, we're asking that you stay home. We also would be doing daily checks at the school. Any person with a fever greater than 100 degrees will be asked to go to our triage room, and from there, our nurses will come out to do an assessment. In the event that we will be tracking that data as part of the information that we're going to be using to determine what comes next, or whether or not we're proceeding in a safe manner. And then from there, we'll look at the criteria to return. So what happens if we get a suspected case? If one student in a class is a confirmed case, then that class will close. And so whether it's a student or a staff member, we will make sure that we close that school down. If 5% of all students at a site across multiple cohorts are sick or have confirmed cases, the school will actually close down. And if 25% of our students or schools close down at any given time, then the whole district will close down. This is in the event that we are open. So what does that mean? If we're at a school, we'll use a school of 600 students, 30 students. If one student closes, that classroom's closed, 30 students are sick at that particular school, then the whole school is going to be closed for 14 days. And then, of course, if 25% of our schools reach that threshold, so two to three of our classes, or 2 to 3 of our schools, then we will close the district, right? And so why is this important? It is important because we need to make sure that we are following the safety guidelines that we've put in place, and that we're making sure that we keep our kids home, or that we stay home in the event that we are sick. So let's talk about digital learning now. So we've talked about what are the safety protocols that are taking place, and now we want to talk about the digital learning. So what are the best practices? We did an extensive dive. We've talked with teachers, we've talked with principals, and we talked with parents about what really worked. And then we use that to sort of build a model practice across the board. And so what we know is that if a teacher has a dashboard and a Google Classroom that's been set up, it's very effective. The dashboard is updated and shared with parents every Friday at 4 p.m. There is a weekly agenda that is organized with hyperlinks. The dashboard shows a week at glance. And just real quick, I don't know if somebody's unmuted, but Shelly, if you could mute the participants, because I can hear, at least I can hear the noise coming through. The dashboard shows a week at glance and is broken down by day by day. There are tutorials for parents on how to use Google Classroom. And we've actually used this to create a parent university course that's taking place next week to help parents understand how to use Google Classroom, the Chromebooks, and other digital devices. And the links for Zoom meetings or private student level information is only included in the Google Classroom across the board. Additionally, when we look at the Google Classroom setup, it's organized by week in assignments, and the nomenclature matches the dashboard. There's a daily schedule for all subject areas. There are links to the video lessons. There are links for small group lessons. There are links for ELD Zoom lessons. There were links for resources of all assignments, and a list of assignments that are due at the top of each day's schedule. And so what are we looking to expect? So the first thing we heard loud and clear is that there also, as we work to create or recreate what school looks like, we need to make sure that we're also thinking about the social emotional aspect of it. And so one thing that we heard loud and clear is that we need kids the opportunity to sort of connect with their teacher. And so we're providing the opportunity to connect with the teacher through daily check-in meetings and check-out meetings, right? And so this is where we're going to take attendance, sort of review the schedule, make social emotional connections, right? And so it's a minimum of 15 minutes a day, but it's a great way to help build community. Again, earlier today, I was on a meeting, one of the meetings I had today with staff members, and one of the first things that came out was someone said, "It is so, I feel so privileged to actually see people, right? To actually experience them and see them face to face and be able to interact, right?" And I think that's a very important aspect of it, and that is definitely something that we want to recreate. What we also should expect is that according to Senate Bill 98, we need to make sure that we have daily live instruction, and that daily live instruction will take place over the course of 4 days. But in addition to that, one of the best practices that we had was we talked about small group instruction. So we provide students with a lesson on how to do something, and then we needed to make sure that teachers really facilitated the idea of having small group sessions to help students sort of accomplish the goals and show that they can master the content standards that were taking place. So we're going to make sure that we have the small group sessions also. The remaining lessons can be either synchronous or asynchronous. We want to provide some flexibility. And then we are utilizing Google Classroom to post daily assignments and Zoom links, and to provide a narrative individual for group feedback, daily participation score, as well as grades. So I want to be clear, there's a couple things we're going to do as I dive into this, right? We want to make sure that we have daily live instruction. We need to take attendance as mandated by Senate Bill 98, because we have to provide a log, and we have to do a re-engagement plan in the event that students are not engaged up to a certain percent. And then we also have to provide feedback to students, right? And so as part of the attendance, we will make sure that students are getting an attendance score so parents know where their kids are at. That will be logged in Google Classroom. It also enables us to use Google Classroom to pull the logs for our students. But we also will provide feedback on assignments, because that was one of the big things that we heard that encouraged parents, students to disengage, especially at the middle school level. And a lot of parents in our focus groups stated, as soon as we went to a process where students had the option to engage, some students took advantage of it and engaged fully, and other students took advantage of it the opposite way and chose not to do much work. So Senate Bill 98 is very clear that we need to make sure that we are providing substantial feedback to our students. So this is a model schedule, and it's interesting to see all the emails that have come in and all the conversations. So previously, parents asked what would a schedule look like, because they wanted to know what they were sort of getting into. So we created a model schedule so that people can see. And now the feedback has swung the exact opposite way, which is, well, this is too prescriptive. At the end of the day, our school day, depending on which school you're at, yes, at middle school, 6th grade will start at its normal time, 7:55 or 7:50. However, most of our elementary schools actually do not start at 8 o'clock. So the school day starts at its normal time. We haven't changed any of our school times this year. The second thing is that the teacher is actually the one who will determine what the schedule looks like. So some teachers opt, just like they do every single year, they opt to put math as the first period of the day. Some opt to put ELA at the end of the day. We're really providing teachers with the autonomy to really determine what is best for their students. The last thing I want to point out is that even though we show that there are sort of ideas about how this goes, in terms of in terms of the lessons, we say, well, you're going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 minutes of a whole class instruction, and then there's going to be closed reading or guided reading or intervention and enrichment. At the end of the day, the teacher, and this is what we agreed upon in our MOU, the teacher is the one who's going to make the decision. What we are committing to is that we are providing students with daily live instruction in all of their content classes. However, that daily live whole class instruction, that mini lesson that takes place, is then accompanied with a wide variety of activities that will take place based off of the teacher's understanding of the student's needs in their particular class. So there's not a prescribed amount of time that these lessons are taking place, but what is prescribed is the fact that we will have daily live instruction in all of these particular areas. But the teacher is the one that we are trusting that is going to make the appropriate decision about what meets the needs of their particular kids and what they feel is in the best interest of their kids. I just want to be clear about that so that we're not focused on the literal, this is what my day looks like, and understand that this is just a sample schedule that says, this is what a day would sort of look like across the board. I also want to add that when we get to the middle school schedule, the lunch period has actually been moved to an hour because we are allowing kids to go to the sites. We want to give middle schoolers the opportunity to pick up the lunch and then get back. And so the hour is consistent both at elementary school as well as middle school. And then in the event that we go to a hybrid schedule, we will reduce the lunch period because students are actually there and we're providing them lunch during the school day. So what happens? So we expect teachers to take attendance at the beginning of the day. They're going to review sort of the schedule. They're going to talk about the expectations and assignments. They're going to teach an academic lesson, and then they're going to do some checks for understandings. But at the end of the day, they're going to manage that with a lot of different activities across the board that really meet the students' needs. And so these are some examples of some items that are going to take place. In middle school, you should expect a lesson during every single period. So every period that a kid logs in is a different teacher. That teacher takes attendance during that time. And that is different than elementary school. In elementary school, we take attendance during the beginning of the day, and then we provide the students with an attendance score based off of their participation. At middle school, similar to what we did previously when we were in person, we have to take attendance in every single period, right? To make sure that students are actually there. And so again, this is a model lesson, but we're leaving it up to the teachers to make the decision about what is best for their students. But I want to point out again that teachers will teach or provide a daily live instruction throughout the day. So again, a sample schedule is that the whole class sort of checks in, they do attendance, review the class. There's a whole class lesson that, again, that whole class lesson could be depends on the topic, right? So if I'm doing a pretty lengthy lesson that is going to set up a group project, I may spend more time as a teacher really diving in and explaining that to my students, that sort of explicit direct instruction that the district has went through before. But then again, the lesson may be a project that I'm just consigning kids into, right? It's up to the teacher to really determine what is best for their particular kids, but we will provide daily live instruction across the board. So you should expect synchronous lessons 4 days a week out of the class. And then of course, there will be an asynchronous lesson on Wednesday. Wednesday is not a dead day, but Wednesday is an opportunity for students to sort of access the materials in a different format. And that is also the day that we have agreed upon that is set aside for teachers to do planning. It is the time for teachers to do collaboration, and it is time for us to provide professional development to our teachers. So on Wednesday, you should expect to check in and check out. Again, you should see math assignments that are done, ELA and math assignments that are sort of asynchronous. There are opportunities for independent assignments. You will not see iReady as the main activity for the day, but it is allowed to be a supplemental resource after the student has completed their assignment. And again, that was feedback that was given directly to us, both from teachers as well as from parents. Monday, so we want to make sure, again, part of the feedback we got was about how do we build community, our principals in person. We did this great activity of talking about, what are the things that we do in person and how can we recreate that? And so what we heard from certain sites and certain principals is that keeping the Monday message allows for students to really stay connected to the school. Having virtual Project Cornerstone lessons really helped. The principal did read alouds. There were spirit weeks, there were virtual clubs, there's the morning assemblies, there are themed days. We really want to make sure that we recreate that as much as possible. So what type of professional development are we having to support this? So first and foremost, we've adopted 2 new curriculums, science and social studies. We want to make sure that all of our teachers are able to use those. We also want to provide we want to provide training around the devices that we have. All of our instructional assistants are being given the devices. They're getting Chromebooks. All of our teachers are getting iPads so that they can use the iPad to teach at the exact same time. And every employee across the district has some type of digital mechanism for them to do their work remotely, or they can do it in school or at the building. But we also are going to be utilizing Zoom for small group instructions. We'll make sure that we have the classroom dashboard. We're going to talk about how do we use technology with younger students. We're going to move beyond the fundamentals with Google Classroom, which is how do we access it? How do we set up? How do we add students and guardians? How do we create assignments? For our younger kids, we saw great success with Seesaw. So we're going to do an introduction to Seesaw on how you create activities, get families started, remote learning. And then we also want to make sure that we build a bridge to our students through inquiry using the 5 E's across content areas. So feedback and grading, we have designed a system that allows us to assess students virtually. We are working on finalizing our assessment calendars. I want to point out that we do not know whether or not the state or the federal government is going to require state testing. So we have to assume that they are going to require that, which means that we need to make that we have some type of testing calendar across the board. We will have iReady, literally writing, and other formative assessments that are being done. And again, I talked about we have a digital virtual assessment protocol, which allows teachers to monitor students while they're taking assessments actually on the computer. In terms of feedback and grading, every classroom across the district is utilizing Google Classroom as the hub, the base. But there's going to be narrative feedback scores, there's participation that's monitored. We're using grades of 1 through 4. And this is different for our elementary students because normally elementary students do not get grades until the end of the trimester, but they have feedback that is coming home through weekly folders all the time. And so this is something that is completely new. And we had to recreate a way to provide parents with feedback so they're not waiting 9 weeks to find out how their child is doing. So we will be utilizing Google Classroom from there. And then feedback could be written, it could be whole group, it could be screencast, it could be audio commentary. Empower School obviously will continue to be used for report card grades as well as attendance. For middle school, feedback is through Google Classroom. Again, narrative feedbacks, rubrics, acknowledgement that work is turned in, and then detailed feedback. One thing that we are allowing, we're going completely one-to-one in this environment. So we have just passed out all of our Chromebooks. All of the Chromebooks, preschool and TK, I believe preschool is getting iPads, but I want to say TK all the way to 6. Those Chromebooks actually now have styluses with them. And 7th and 8th have the older Chromebooks that we have, which do not have the styluses, but they've had those for 2 years. So we're not going to swap those out because those are items that we phase out over time. But we do have also the ability now to send documents virtually across the board or across from student to teacher and teacher to student. And so we'll be providing training from there, but that's also a great way to provide feedback in addition to using the Google Suite, providing feedback through comments and everything else on Google Docs and Google Excel and other items. So questions have come up about the platform. So the first thing is that Google Classroom actually provides active interaction and feedback dialogue between the teacher as well as collaboration. It allows for parents to view the feedback and work. Middle school as well as elementary are actually familiar with Google Classroom and grading in Empower School. And so instead of adding additional platforms and having to provide training to our teachers, we figured what was really important is to make sure that we have a robust learning experience for our kids. And so while the platform doesn't really make a difference, it is about the execution of the platform that really makes a difference for us. And so we're focused more on the execution as opposed to what the platform looks like, which is why we're sticking with Google Classroom. So let's talk about the interactive leave process real quick. So the interactive leave process refers to a collaborative effort between employer and employee to determine whether or not an employee can come to work. We wanted to make sure that we had a consistent process across the board, but we also wanted to provide our employees with an opportunity to express to us that they were concerned about the possibility of coming in. And again, I want to remind you that in the event that we come off the waiver, we have 14 days to gear ourselves up for a hybrid model. Or if we apply for a waiver, we have 14 days, right? So we have a 14-day window from the time that we say we're going to move to stage 3 to sort of gear up. And we need to have a process that allows employees to sort of engage with us to express their concerns or to talk about their fears or their health ailments that may prevent them or put them at higher risk for catching COVID. So we are gathering information from the employee. It's specific to the nature of the limitation, the difficulty that arises from it, as well as seeking what type of accommodations that we can deal with. So to date, as of this publication, we had 17 meetings for the interactive process. Unfortunately, we had 2 retirements or resignations that occurred out of that. We had 1 person decide to take leave. We had 7 people who were fine with distance learning, but expressed that due to health, that they would need to seek other options in the event that we need to move to a hybrid model. And then we have 5 teachers who are struggling with childcare and have some concerns that way. And so we provided them with resources to connect with some of our providers, Right at School, YMCA, as well as Newton. So monitoring progress. So there's no need for us to reinvent the wheel. So we are looking at several cross-functional metrics, and there are these 4 slides of how we can do this. So first and foremost, I'll just say, we can look at instructional time, and we're going to provide reports out to the board. Our first one is that we will, at the end of, at the first meeting in October, we'll talk about, so what are we seeing from instructional time? What is the engagement level across different grade levels? How much time are teachers spending with students? We can look at participation rates by the logins to Google Classrooms, the completion rates, the number of questions. We can look at performance. Right, we're providing surveys to understand what the experience is. So we can look at the frequency of teacher engagement in forums, right? The self-reporting of teacher behavior changes. So we can look at all these dimensions to determine how are we performing in these particular areas to make some informed decisions. In terms of learning loss, we can look at sort of how much time are students struggling. We can look at the RTI ratios. We can look at performance on iReady across the board. For teachers' roles, we can look at the number of logs, the number of teachers that are referring students to our attendance re-engagement protocol that the state requires. We can look at the number of screenings that are taking place. We can also look at the number of SSTs that we need to engage in. We can also sort of look at the self-reporting of trauma as well as social emotional learning that needs to take place and sort of see where are we at in terms of the amount of stress that students as well as staff members are under. And we can ask CHAC to provide us with reports about the number of cases that they are actually engaging with, right? So I say this to say that there's a lot of different ways that we can measure whether or not people are engaged across the board. And so we're going to look at these different metrics to see how we're going. Even when we look at family engagement, we can look at how many parents are submitting help desk tickets, or how many parents are calling in, needing assistance with our devices, and determine whether or not there's another approach that we need to use. So assigning students. So we need to start planning for stage 3 in the event that we either apply for a waiver or that we're allowed to reopen in a hybrid. And so the first thing we need to acknowledge is that the July survey data wasn't valid. A lot of parents stated, based off of their perceptions, that they wanted to keep their spot at their home school. So they said that they were going to come in, even though they privately stated to other parents that they had no intention of sending their kid to school. They just were doing this to save their spot. The problem is that Santa Clara County, as well as the California Department of Public Health, states that we need to keep stable cohorts. And so we need parents to really tell us, in the event that we open, that they have the intent of sending their kid to school. That helps us on a couple of avenues. First, we heard earlier today that our providers are utilizing all empty spaces to determine how they can provide full day care. So if we have a half-day program taking place and half of our students plan on attending, we can offer more spots to Right at School in the YMCA so that the YMCA can gear up to include more students as well as Right at School. But if more parents state that they plan on coming in and then don't show up, we're going to have an issue in terms of how we assign teachers as well as the space. And that impacts not us, the individual, it impacts our community, right? And so we really need this survey for people to understand that the decision that you're making impacts teachers, it impacts other families, it impacts our providers from really being able to meet the needs of our community. And so we need to be as honest as possible with all the information that we have. So we are going to provide the survey after school starts. And then we're going to start working on planning for distance learning and the blended programs to run concurrently. And I want parents to understand that if you sign up for the distance learning, you are making a commitment to stay in the distance learning for a prescribed amount of time. But you also need to understand that you will not keep your teacher if you move to a complete distance learning environment, because we will proportionally move a group of teachers over to the distance learning environment and we will keep those students who plan on coming in with the classroom teacher. And those teachers, because kids do not come in packets of 24, those teachers can come across any group of schools, not just staff members at your particular site. And this also allows us to allow parents, we're allowing teachers as well as employees, or teachers as well as parents, to really ask questions about what this looks like. And so we're starting a teacher survey too, to make sure that we understand. We have individuals who went through the interactive process, but we also have some teachers who would like to teach virtually if given the opportunity. So any change that you request will, like I stated before, will likely require a change in your child's teacher, and it may not be implemented immediately. If you opt for C and then you want to move to B in stage 3, we cannot guarantee that you will return to your home school or your choice school for the 2021 school year. And again, as I stated in previous meetings, this is due primarily to the requirements for social distancing. And this really impacts grades 4 and up, because those class sizes tend to be around 32 or larger, as opposed to K through 3, which is at a 24-to-1 ratio, which means that we can actually accommodate all of the students. Students could be introduced to B could be introduced to a stable cohort after an extended break. So if we were to open up in hybrid, we're targeting Thanksgiving as the first time to do a reintroduction. You can always opt out of B and move to C, but again, we want to make sure that people understand that your child's teacher will likely change to distance learning. Again, for option C, connected, it's dependent on the size for distance learning. This is also why we need to make sure, right, we still in a distance learning format need to adhere to the collective bargaining agreement, which states that there are so many students that can be assigned to a teacher. So the number of spaces we have for distance learning is dependent on the number of students that we have, so that we can proportionally move teachers over. But we can't just assign 100 students to one teacher. That would violate our collective bargaining agreement. And it's not really what's best for kids at all. The curriculum for both is the same. And then for option C, aspects of special programs such as choice schools may not be possible to maintain. We cannot guarantee that we can, because I've received a lot of emails, that we can provide dual immersion or project-based learning activities in a connected model. And that's actually not what we're asking to do, right? That's a very expensive approach to provide a subset of students with one experience that is different from the other 9 schools that we have. And so right now, because we do not know what the total number is, we can't make an informed decision about whether or not we can offer that. So right now we're saying, you just need to understand it may not be possible for us to maintain. We've also heard some questions about residency. You must maintain residency within Mountain View School District boundaries in order to be here. Otherwise, you will have to opt for a different program. The only exception to this rule is if you are part of the McKinney-Vento program. We have an obligation to make sure that we keep you enrolled in the school if you so choose. And so we are encouraging people, if they are moving out because of finances, that they engage with the school district to let us know so that we can put the appropriate supports in place. We are going to send registration out to both contacts in the school. We had a snafu when we send out the first registration process. We send it to contact one. This time we will send it to both. However, only one parent will be able to complete the registration. And in the event that the second parent tries to change the registration or complete it, you'll receive a message that says invitation has already been used. However, you can contact the district office and let us know, and we can make the change. And then, of course, if you have a preference for your child to attend on the same or different days, in option B, blended in-person distance learning, we're asking that you contact your parent, the principal, when option B comes available. But again, this survey will come out before we move to a hybrid model. So this is for planning purposes, which is why I'm talking about this right now. We need parents to understand about the choices that they're going to be making. So sort of what are the next steps? So first and foremost, we had a district office meeting today. We met with the reopening task force. Next week, we have focus groups. We have a staff town hall tomorrow. We have a community check-in tomorrow. And then, of course, the full plan and all 90 pages is posted on our website. And it is actually broken out. Our Ms. Hausman, our public information officer, has done a great job of breaking the plan into pieces. So you can see our checklist that we're using to make sure that our buildings are safe, or you can look at individual aspects of the plan as opposed to the full plan altogether. And so I turn it now back over to trustees for thoughts and questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We're going to start off with questions from trustees, and then we will move on to public comment. Comment time for the public or comments only. They're not question times. And I'll reiterate what I had mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, which is that if you would like to make a public comment, please in Zoom utilize the raise hand function, which can be accessed by clicking on the participants button at the bottom of your screen, which will illuminate a list of participants, and there's a raise hand function on the bottom right. If you'd like to do that. If you're calling in, please press *9 in order to do so when that time frame comes up. I will be allocating minutes based on the hands I see raised at the time I allocate those minutes. And I'm going to keep that set. So please raise your hand when we ask for that to occur. If people raise them after, it's a little harder for me to try to manage that with already having promised time. So with that, I'm going to open it up to trustees for questions. I will look for hands. I have a list of my own, but I'm going to defer to my trustees to start. Jose, Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Rudolph, so I have a question about McKinney-Vento. So our students in that situation, are the numbers the same? There's multiple questions to this, so bear with me. The first one is, are the numbers the same now as they were last year, or are they higher or lower?
Director Chang, you want to, I haven't asked you about a latest update, but do you have an update in terms of the numbers? I know there was a small increase at the beginning of the summer, but I'm not sure if you and you have something different.
Yeah, it hasn't changed significantly. It's about the same.
Okay, thank you.
Get exact numbers if you'd like them.
No, we're good. Thank you, Jeff. I trust you. Dr. Rudolph, and my follow-up question then is, and this is a hypothetical, depending on what happens in November with the vote in terms of the RV parking restrictions. If a student, let's say, is by Ringstorff Park, and they're classified or they're deemed to go to, let's say, Castro School, right? Mm-hmm. If they're no longer able to do that and park there, and they would have to go to a safe parking spot, mm-hmm. say somewhere over by Shoreline Amphitheater, are they still eligible to go to that school that they had already been designated to go to? And I'm talking about when we go to stage 3, of course. Or how would that work? And if they still are eligible to go to their original school, are we obligated to have someone pick them up and take them to school, or mm-hmm. How's this going to play out?
Mm-hmm. So if a student, if a family registers for the McKinney-Vento Act, for the McKinney-Vento program, so they identify themselves as homeless. And homeless is not just those in RVs. Homeless is if you're doubling up, or if you've had to move for, right, you don't have stable, let's just call it, if you don't have stable housing. If you identify yourself as that and you let us know, then the district is obligated by federal law to not only allow you to stay in your school, but to provide transportation and other services to make sure that you get there. In fact, McKinney-Vento law actually prohibits us from suspending students frequently because the attendance is actually an adverse effect of McKinney-Vento, right? So there's all these provisions that actually exist in there. But yes, if a student is registered at Castro, we will find a way to get them back to Castro, even if that means that they are in San Jose. Now, of course, there comes a time when we have to have a conversation. If someone moves to, let's say, Vallejo, while yes, we are obligated to have to bring them to school, there has to be a conversation with the parent to say, is this really what's in the best interest of the kid to put them on the road for 2+ hours to get here? But that's a conversation that we have to have as prescribed by law.
Okay, so to be clear, if they're living by Ringstorff and if for whatever reason the ban on RVs passes and then they go over to Shoreline Amphitheater in that area, we will still provide them transportation to the original school. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then my follow-up question to that, then my third one is, and thank you trustees for being patient. In terms of the students that we know of that are qualified under that act, have they been given their laptops? And if not, when will they receive that help along with hotspot info?
Yep. So we have been passing out hotspots and devices. We've actually been calling families and bringing them in and reaching out to them over the summer. In fact, I saw maybe a week ago, Priscilla was actually outside meeting a family and giving them the device. And so we've been doing, our SCAFs have been calling them also to make sure that school community engagement facilities have been calling to reach out to make sure that we're in contact with them. So we've been doing our best to get information to them as quickly as possible and get the devices out to them. So we've been working this whole summer to make that happen.
Okay, and then this is my last question that I have. For English language learners and students who need help in general, will we offer, outside of the teacher check-ins, will we be able to offer anything in terms of after school hours and outreach to help them with homework if there's issues that will, that will come up? Are we able to help them out, or what's the game plan on that?
So we will serve as the conduit to connect families, but we, so for instance, I'll use Mentor Tutor Connection, right? It's a great partner that we have, that we've had for multiple years. They provide tutors for our students. So we will connect them with them, and then it's up to the parent and the family to set up the arrangement, and they can do that after hours. And then we've actually had parents, and there's one parent I'm thinking of, I forgot to respond to the email, but we've actually had parents who have said the exact same thing, right? They are looking for opportunities to volunteer and sort of help students who are, who have sort of excessive needs, and they're in a position to sort of help them. And so, yes, we will also sort of act as a conduit to allow families to connect that way. But I want to be clear, like, we can't endorse, while we're connecting them with these opportunities, it's not necessarily that we're setting them up to as a part of the process, right? Families will have to make a decision about whether or not they want their families to connect. Now, Mentor Tutor Connection, our mentor tutors, they actually go through the testing not the testing protocol, but they go through the clearance through the state and everything else. And so that's a different one than if a family or a parent sort of wants to help out. But for those providers, again, we'll provide them with the option.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. Trustee Conley?
Thank you, President Wilson. So I was relieved to hear you speaking about sort of the flexibility and responsiveness that teachers are going to have in dealing with their students. in distance learning. I was wondering if you could speak to how the participation grading rubric will be used. My hope is that it's used to help us identify when students need extra support or some sort of accommodation, or when a teacher may need extra support. But I'd love clarification about, like, is it punitive? Is it discipline? Is it an intervention tool? Like, how are we using that information?
It's an intervention tool. So Senate Bill 98 was very clear. They actually set a percent that we, in terms of where parents have to fall, and that the district has to have a re-engagement plan across the board. And our goal is, you know, in the event that a teacher, whether we see it on a log or a teacher says, I have a concern about this student, it sets us sort of a approach up where the principal, the school community engagement facilitator, CHAC, our special ed department, we also are thinking about, so what's taking place here, and what can we do to get the kid re-engaged, and what supports can we offer across the board, right? And so sometimes it's just a simple conversation, like we need you to be here, you're really struggling. Sometimes it's a conversation of, okay, I get that this may be a little bit much for you, but where can we engage with you, and how can we make this work? In other places, sometimes it's just, you know, like with our middle school, sometimes you need to know that somebody's watching, that you are not engaged, and, you know, that knowing that somebody's watching gets you to start providing the effort again, right? So it's really an intervention tool. You know, I don't want to speak for what the legislators were thinking when they added this to the budget bill, but what I would assume is that there were so many parents, and we heard this from the focus group, so many parents who were talking about kids became disengaged, and schools really didn't do anything, that this is their response to it, right? That if you become disengaged, the school districts have an obligation not only to provide daily live instruction, but to really provide some type of intervention to connect with students. And so I view it as an intervention tool that we can use.
Okay. And you know, I think I said at our last board meeting that, like, I'm a credentialed teacher and I'm working from home and only have one child to take care of who's a rising second grader. And I was overwhelmed when I looked at the schedule. I was worried we're going to fail out of second grade. So that's, you know, like it's a lot. What is the best way for parents to reach out to teachers or their principal about kind of how their student is faring with the distance learning? I know in the spring we had office hours for teachers. Are we going to do something like that, or is email the best way?
So email is probably the best way. All of our teachers will be enabled. We're pushing out an application on all of their devices so that a parent can call, similar to the way you call a teacher's extension. You can call the teacher on their extension and leave them a voicemail. They can call you back on their computer. And it's a VIAP option, right? But similar to FaceTime audio or Google Chat or something like that, right? So we want to make sure that our Google Voice, we want to make sure that option's there. You can email our teachers, you can talk to the principal, you can always call the school, the SCEFs, as well as the front office. They will have the same phone extensions. So if you dial a school, it'll go directly in, and then we can go from there. And I think that's part of the approach, you know, again, and I will simply say, in trusting our teachers as the professionals, we want to make sure that they're adjusting to the needs of all of their students and really making appropriate plans. And so I think, you know, similar to, you know, and I'm thinking of Eli, who's still up right now, but it is what it is at this moment. But if I was having a concern about Eli when he was doing distance learning, I would reach out to the teacher and we would try to design a plan of action to go from there. And if I couldn't get the teacher, or if it was really an emergency, I would reach out to the principal and I would sort of set up a phone call that way and then go from there. So I would encourage any parent to utilize that format to really interact with the teacher and sort of set up a plan of action.
Okay. And then I know we hired a virtual team earlier on. What will they be doing during distance learning? How are they going to be supplementing or assisting our teachers?
So one of our big concerns also is about the learning gap that was sort of created. And so right now, actually the virtual team, and we're in the process of hiring them, right? So we didn't finish that, especially because we had a couple unexpected resignations that took place, or retirements. And so our first priority is to actually get those filled. And then from there, we turn back to the virtual team. The virtual team will start creating lessons that will be housed internally. And then, one of the things we talked about both with the reopening task force as well as with the teachers during negotiations is the ability to take those lessons, for teachers to take those lessons and to utilize those on Wednesday to support students. And then also having, in the event that we see a student is missing a foundational skill that is necessary for them to do something else, to utilize that lesson, and a teacher can say, you know what, Devin, I noticed you're really struggling with this particular concept, and here's a lesson from one of our teachers that can help you with this. And so here's here's an intervention that we can utilize. And the opposite, right? There are going to be some kids who are doing exceptionally well, sort of in a distance learning format, and you can utilize a higher version or another grade, because our curriculum spirals up based off of the way that the Common Core was designed, or the California Core standards. And so then you can say, look, you already mastered main idea, and now I want you to do something else that's in addition to it. So teachers can utilize it in both of those ways. And then as we migrate to the hybrid model, those teachers' sole purpose is to provide lessons to students in an asynchronous format on the days that they are not in school. So teachers will be assigning the work to students, but they will be referring students to model lessons that have already been created by the virtual team, which is why we wanted the virtual team to get started, so that they have a head start on the creation, so that teachers can then provide that in the links, so that we're sort of ahead of the game. Because the last thing we want is for the Friday before Monday, the teacher says, I need your links. And the virtual team's like, well, I was planning on finishing on Monday. And, a parent comes back and says, I'm a little disappointed that I got this at the very last minute, and I sort of set my day up, right? And that's feedback that we heard. So we really need them to get a head start and get ahead of everybody so that those lessons are ready to go. And we also want to curate them, right? We've talked about the ability of also adding in the Spanish translations at the bottom, so that if we have the need for our Spanish-speaking families or EL students to access that, we can give them the ability to understand it in their native tongue, which can actually add an additional layer for us.
I'm also thinking about like a few worst case scenarios, like what if a family member comes down with COVID-19 and they're just not able to do the online curriculum during distance learning for a few weeks because of that situation, or a Zoom meeting drops and you lose your internet for a couple of days. Is there a way for students to review the previous material that's happened? Are we recording those lessons, or how does someone catch up if something happens?
So part of that is about the interactive process that we have. So if we notice a student is down, we'll be able to address that. I'm assuming you're talking about the distance learning approach versus the hybrid. If it's a distance learning, then I think we design sort of a plan of action to sort of catch students back up. We need to recognize that Ed Code actually sort of prohibits us from recording lessons without the teacher's consent. Whereas, and that's actually been in law, I think since 97 or 98, and hasn't changed. And so, and teachers naturally have a fear about whether or not their classes are going to be recorded, but we're not stopping. The teacher can elect to record classes if they choose to. We have to work out a storage capability because the devices they have don't have enough storage to record all those lessons. But as it stands right now, we're not expecting teachers to record lessons, but they're more than welcome to. But what we would do in this instance, if there was COVID or if there was, some extenuating circumstance where a student couldn't connect, part of the log and the re-engagement process is for us to find out what's taking place. And then the school, as well as the district, will really sit down and try to come up with a plan of action. And if the virtual team is up and going, then we can utilize the lessons that have been recorded by the virtual team to supplement the items that are missing to help students move forward.
And then my last question, for families that have multiple children in different grade levels, are the recess and lunch times going to be similar across the district, or are they going to vary? Or similar across an elementary school like K to 5, would they have the same recess and lunchtime?
So at the elementary schools, it's the same lunchtime across the board. So elementary schools tend to function sort of in this like singular fashion. At the middle school, it's staggered, but I believe, and Tara can correct me because we've changed the schedule. I believe that all lunches at the same time across all those. Tara or Kathy could answer this better than I could. Is at the exact same time. And primarily that's because it's about managing the food service team and allowing them to provide the meals within the hour window that we've given. Middle school is staggered, but we've reduced the sort of break periods across the board to accommodate the hour lunch because we want kids to be able to pick it up. But Kathy or Tara, if you want to answer this one more specifically, that would be great.
I'll jump in for elementary. Tara can jump in for middle. So elementary, the lunches will be around the same time. They won't be exactly because we're using each school. We didn't change the start time of each school. So the schedule is built based on the start time. So they'll be around the same time and they'll all have an hour, but they're not going to be exactly the same time. And I'll let Tara chime in for middle.
And I will echo something very similar for middle. It won't be at the exact same time, but the hour blocks for lunch break do overlap so that families that have multiple children will be able to pick up lunches without too much struggle and get kids back on time to get back to their next classes.
Okay. And then my last question, and I appreciate the patience of my fellow trustees. I've heard questions around homeschool versus independent study versus distance learning. And I'm gonna share my understanding and ask you to clarify for me if it's correct. My understanding is that homeschool is people who have completely withdrawn from the school district. There are a lot of vendors and support organizations out there that they can go to and work with to provide learning for their child at home. I know that Sunnyvale is doing an independent study program, but in their independent study program, my understanding is that they have actually hired an outside vendor as well to provide basically asynchronous distance learning, but it means that students will be spending just as much screen time as they would in the synchronous distance learning, having to watch lessons and do online activities. And then our distance learning program, we don't have an independent study program like that. And we haven't for a little bit. It ended, our independent study program ended in the past. Can you speak to, like, is my understanding of that correct? Is that how all of that works?
So our independence program was actually a homeschool program. Our independence study program.
Oh, okay.
And so, but parents checked in with a teacher throughout, every so often, right? And we had to adhere to class size ratios and everything else. And a couple years ago, when we brought it to the board, what we acknowledge is homeschooling has changed since in the 17 years since we've had the program. There are a lot more options that exist, and they're a lot more robust than what we offer, right? And so it doesn't make sense for us to get in the homeschool business when there are better options out there for families, and really allow for families to engage. Families, when they choose homeschooling, they're choosing it for very particular reasons. And so those reasons are different than what the district offers. So we don't offer the independent study program anymore. The second thing is I actually don't know much about what Sunnyvale is doing. I haven't talked with the new superintendent next door. So I don't know if he's provided a vendor or anything else. For us, though, we feel very strongly in the power of our teachers and what they bring to the table, as opposed to what an outside provider brings. So if that's what Sunnyvale's doing, I would prefer for our teachers to provide it. But we do, we want to adhere to what Senate Bill 98 requires, which is a daily live instruction and a daily attendance. And so for us, the distance learning, we're going to offer that all year long. And we'll assign a teacher over once it goes, and the asynchronous comes through the hybrid model. So the ISP, the independent study program that we have, is in the event that a kid is out because of COVID, or if there's extenuating circumstances, we can use it. ISP is intended for a short-term solution while a kid is doing X, Y, and Z, or if a kid is out sick. It is not intended as a year-long program that students are engaged with. Homeschooling is a year-long program. Virtual school, you see some places. So one of the things when we open it up fully, well, it's called Mountain View Virtual School, right? Virtual school is a year-long program. Independent study programs are meant for a short duration of time, and that's actually defined by sort of ed code, right? And so we're not going down that road. And also, because the state is clear about the audits that they're going to be doing, we don't want to get into sort of our hands slapped about whether or not that's tied to funding, right? Whether or not we're violating the spirit of Senate Bill 98. And so that's also why we're not exploring the independent school program.
Thank you.
Wheeler? Trustee Wheeler?
Yes, thank you. So I've got two questions. One is, we're hearing from a lot of parents that are worried about the amount of screen time that their children will be expected to take part in. And some of them are asking for old-fashioned, just paper worksheets, paper workbooks, that kind of thing. Are we going to be providing that kind of just traditional paper and pencil kind of work for some students?
So we will provide consumables up to a certain degree. There's only so many that we can pass out at any given time, but yes, we will. The feedback about the packets was actually pretty negative for us in the school district across the board. I mean, it's kind of interesting. If there's one thing that parents were very unified on, it was the quality of the packets. They just felt like it was more review work. And so we don't want to do that, but we will provide the consumables that we normally have. We'll be passing those out to students. And then the other thing I would just simply say about screen time is I think there's a distinction that we all need to understand about screen time, right? So right now, you can't see this, but Eli is playing a video game. That's negative screen time that's taking place because we're in the district office. And because the meeting started at 6 and his camp ended at 6, I had to make a decision about what I needed to do. And so the option was we're going to keep him in here. That's negative screen time. I'm not really appreciative of it. When I watch YouTube to understand how to do something, right? So I think the other day I was looking at I was actually installing a bike rack and it was a little bit above my technical skills for some reason. When I watched YouTube and I watched a 5-minute video of how to install the bike rack, that was actually productive screen time, right? Because I watched the video, I stopped it, I went off and I worked on it. I sort of looked at the directions again, watched the video one more time, sort of engaged in it, right? So that is there's a difference between what we're asking people, but the amount of screen time is really about, even in our prescribed manner, the amount of screen time would have been a quarter of the amount of the school day, right, at the maximum. But at the end of the day, it's really up to what the teacher is going to decide is best for the kids. They will provide daily live instruction, but again, I want to point out, even when I was teaching, and I know it was a while ago, but even when I was teaching, there were days when I had some very long lessons, and there were days when I had some very short lessons, and it really depended on what the content was. And so I think that the screen time is really a function of what the teacher views as best. But at the end of the day, it's the difference between a video game, some type of entertainment, a movie, versus something that is really instructional and it helps to create some gray matter.
Thank you. And my second question, and this came up also at the Santa Clara County School Boards Association informal meeting. People were asking, how is dual immersion going to work during virtual lessons? So what is the plan for Mistral to provide Spanish and English instruction for their students?
So right now, because we're all in distance learning, it's actually pretty easy because everybody's getting distance learning. The teachers at Mistral sort of set up the schedule and they make it work similar to what they would make during an instructional day. The question we don't know is how many students from Mistral will be moving into the hybrid model and are staying in the distance learning model once we move to hybrid. And we can't accurately predict the number of teachers that we're going to need to provide any type of Spanish immersion. So, if you go with the worst case scenario, which is what we have to go with, we have to assume that we won't be able to offer that in the distance learning format. We won't know, though, until we see the number of students who are at Mistral that are looking to be in a distance learning format. And once we understand that, we can make a more informed decision. But it really is dependent on parents providing us with accurate information about their comfort level, as opposed to parents making a choice, because we received several emails about this, making a choice to say, I'm just doing this to save my spot at this school. Yeah. And that's not the right approach to take. We really need you to say, I have no intention of sending my kid to school because I'm concerned about their safety and health. And so because of that, I'm going to keep my kid out throughout for the duration of the year. I understand that I'll have my child's spot is safe for next year. And if X amount of students agree to that, then we can definitely look at the possibility of moving something over. But I don't want to commit to something that if there's one student over, I don't want to create a dual immersion program for one student. We really need to make sure that we have an adequate number of students that are a part of it so that we can proportionally move teachers over.
Do we have currently a full enrollment at Mistral?
Tara, I haven't looked at the numbers, sorry, recently, but I think last I checked, they were pretty high.
So I am looking as we speak. We are not at full capacity, but mighty, mighty close. And I think we just had a couple new today. So we will be very close to completely full.
So I'm still not clear how instruction will happen at Mistral. Is it going to be like every other day, one day Spanish, one day English? How is it going to work?
So we have the principal is actually on here right now. I'm not at the in the position to talk about how instruction is going to look at Ms. Straw. I don't know if she wants to chime in, but I would assume that they will follow a similar process, right? That the teacher would set up a schedule. 50% of the class is in Spanish and 50% because it's based off of content areas, right? So there's an ELA period, there's a Spanish language arts period, there's math, and there's social studies, and the teachers design it that way. But Claudia, if you want to chime in, that would be great.
Yes, definitely, Dr. Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It is our design and model to continue the 50-50. We do have, as of today, 383 students, and we have all our staff in place to be able to continue with the 50-50 model. I'll be meeting with teachers on Monday, so we haven't had an agreement on how that's going to look like, but ideally, it would be just as a regular day. If we're aiming to have a structured, rigorous schedule, we're aiming also to provide 50-50 Spanish time of the day and English.
Okay, thank you.
We do not want our students to fall behind, right? And if we have the staff capacity and we have the time, it shouldn't make a difference.
Thank you. We'll move on to Trustee Blakely and then Trustee Gutierrez, and then I will start with my questions, and then we can circle back.
Thank you. Several of you have already covered some of my questions, so I just have one, which is going back to what Devin brought up about the grading, in particular for elementary school, or the scoring, whatever you're going to call it. And I understand that it's required by statute that we have to do something, but I'm a little bit concerned. We've got the grading 1 to 4, where 1 is standard not met, 2 is standard nearly met, 3 is standard met, and 4 is standard exceeded. And I'm just wondering how you are planning, or the teachers are planning on explaining that to the parents, especially like kinder parents who aren't familiar with that, because I've seen so many times people flip out like, oh, my student is a 1, and it turns out it's, September, and it would be very few students would have met the standard that early in the year. And I just want to make sure that we have something in place so that parents understand that.
So I'll let Kathy chime in 1 second, but we are a standard-based curriculum. And so our elementary students are graded on standards, and we use a similar format. So this isn't a deviation from it. The only difference is that normally parents are receiving feedback through the Friday folder, right? So we had to recreate this in some type of way so that parents understood how their kids are progressing. But Kathy, if you want to dive into this a little bit more, that would be great.
Sure. So it's going to be similar. A lot of that happens at, say, like back to school night, and teachers talk about what does a standards-based rubric look like, and how are we grading kids, and what does this look like? And then when kids get assignments, a lot of times teachers create their own rubrics based on a 1 to 4 that have details that say, I'm grading, this is the expectation, this is how you're going to be graded. If you get a 3, these are the criteria. So it's not going to change much from what we do. It'll probably have to happen virtually. Kids will be trained, rubrics will be posted. Back to school night, they'll talk about it. The rubrics will be attached to assignments in Google Classroom so parents can see. And it's just a learning experience, especially for our younger kids as they learn and go as they move on through and they get used to being in school.
So we still will have back to school nights then?
Yes, they are happening.
Okay, that's great.
Yes, August 25th and 26th.
Thank you.
Trustee Gutierrez?
Thank you. Hey, Dr. Rudolph, I have a question for you. So in many of the emails that I read, I kept coming up, this issue kept coming up in terms of the amount of hours required that the state has for video learning. Forgive me if I'm not describing that adequately, but I heard the number of 10, like 10 Zoom calls, or that's what I had understood. But what's that in reference to? I'm not sure. I mean, if they're referring to SB 98, I didn't see it there. So do you have an idea what I'm talking about and what the parents were pointing out to?
I don't, and I know Kathy has this specific number of minutes probably in the back of her head and can again spill this out faster than I can, but the state reduced the number of instructional minutes, but they did not reduce the number of instructional days. And so we have to adhere both to instructional minutes as well as instructional days. And Kathy, for each grade level, there's a set amount of time that we have to meet.
Yeah, there's a set number of minutes, and I don't have it. Of all the things I have in my head, I have those at my fingertips, but there is a set number of minutes for each grade level starting at kindergarten. And I have not heard anything related to 10 Zoom calls. I will research it, but that is not something that in any of my meetings that I have seen referenced.
I think Trustee Gutierrez, if I can interject here, it was, I don't know about the numbers, but that throughout the theme of many different emails was that our district is requiring more minutes of live instruction that is required from the state.
That's right. I just found the email. That's exactly it. Thank you.
And they could be applying Zoom meeting numbers and
right.
They're asking for numbers of minutes, but I think the overall thing is there's this feeling by parents that we're requiring a lot more live instructional screen time minutes than the state has mandated. Is that?
I think we're conflating two different things, right? So
Okay.
I think we're thinking of how many times a kid needs to log into Zoom as one thing versus what is required by the state in terms of instructional minutes. What's required by the state in terms of instructional minutes is very clear and is outlined. For instance, and I'm just making this up, I don't have it, but there may be for kinder 170 minutes that are required. And for middle school, 230 minutes that are required, right? We have to adhere to those particular guidelines. Whether or not you agree with a kid needs to log into a Zoom meeting 10 times a day or 5 times a day is irrelevant to the fact that we have to meet the instructional minute mandate that exists both as required by Senate Bill 98, but is also required by Ed Code and has always been in place, right? And so we have to, the intent here is to recreate the instructional day to the best way possible. That's also, again, why the teacher is the person who makes the determination of how those instructional minutes need to take place. What occurred, and so I want to go back a little bit with a little history lesson. What occurred is that the state said, we're going to waive instructional minutes and we're going to waive attendance requirements across the board. And then across the state, within districts, within schools, you had this variance that occurred, that some students were receiving something more than their peers, right? And what the legislators pointed out is that inequity cannot exist anymore. So schools need to adhere to the instructional minute requirement. And so again, how that looks is determined by our schedule says we're going to meet the minutes, throughout the day. And then from there, there's a conversation of the teacher says, well, here's how I plan on providing a content that meets that minute throughout the day. And what we've agreed upon is that we will provide daily live instruction across those content areas because kids are still, at some point, kids are still going to be expected to perform on the CAPS test as well as the science test. And of course, we want to make sure that they're prepared when they go into high school because we have 2 of the best high schools in the nation. And so those requirements are not going to change. And so this is our approach to meeting the letter of the law that's been prescribed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Trustee Wilson. And that's exactly the issue I was looking at. And then thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for that explanation. That helps a lot.
So I believe in a previous conversation, this was brought up and your response was, we are not requiring in excess of what the state has mandated per the response you just gave. I'm not sure that was abundantly clear. I think people are looking at the blocks in the example mock schedule calculating those minutes and coming up with this idea that we're in excess, but could you clarify that, please?
Right. We're not going above and beyond, right?
Okay.
We're saying we're going to
meeting
meet
it.
the requirements
Okay.
across the board. Now, I think what families are comparing, though, is how each district is approaching it, right? So for Mountain View, we purchased iPads and Chromebooks for all of our students. Well, there are some communities near us that are saying we're going to print out worksheets and give those. And we're not going to do our best to provide daily live instruction. The filter that I use is what do I believe is best for Eli? And again, excuse the fact that he's playing a video game right now because we're stuck in the district office. But normally, what I expect for Eli is the same standard of what I expect for all kids, right? And what I want Eli to do is build relationships. And this is the feedback we've heard, to build relationships with his students. And so, or not his students, his teachers. And the way you do that is through interaction. And so by providing that daily live instruction and providing that expert guidance, he's able to thrive as an individual. So I think the comparisons from district to district just are not, it's comparing apples and oranges, right? What Palo Alto does, what Sunnyvale does, what Cupertino does, what Alum Rock does is different than what Mountain View is going to do and what Los Altos is going to do. And that's inherent in sort of the local control that each board is given.
So it sounds to me along that line of thought that some of the structure that we provided in these example schedules is to ensure this minimal expectation for live instruction. Isn't there also a piece where principals can actually check in with teachers and evaluate and see how they're doing? You have the teachers checking in and doing all these metrics to ensure the kids are there and performing, and if they're not, like scaffolding approaches to help bridge any gaps that are occurring. But this is also a way where principals can check in and the teachers know what's expected of them, and the principals can then use this as an evaluation tool. Is that not correct?
Right. It allows us, our evaluation process will continue as given. And so that's also part of the process. I do want to point out, so I got a message from Kathy, who could have easily just chimed in. But one of the things she did say that adds to the amount of time is that we're still offering art. We're still offering PE. We're still offering music. We're still, right? So we're offering things that other communities are not getting. And so if people are concerned about the amount of time that's given, and we can roll back our commitment to sort of a whole child approach, we can reduce art, and we don't have to have the music program, and we don't have to do PE and all these other types of things. But we felt, and that's one of the pieces of feedback that we got that was clear from the parents who participated in the focus group and who provided feedback. One of the things that they really appreciated was that in partnership with MVWSD, we figured out a way to use CSMA and Right Moves to you okay there?
Yeah, something just fell. I don't know what it was.
To provide those enriching activities that did not exist in our peer districts. And so, yes, that does add to the day. But if it's the board's desire for us to remove those, we'll be more than glad to pull those out.
I don't think it's the board's desire to remove those. And I think it was pretty clear from the presentation, and hopefully folks picked up on the fact that it sounds like the attendance is not punitive. If kids are doing great and they're not checking in at every Zoom call and they're not struggling and needing extra support and falling below that percent threshold that is set where, okay, you're not showing up enough, we need to talk to you. It's not a punitive thing. So we're not gonna be, strictly monitoring everyone. In addition to having the Wednesday as sort of more of an open day, a lot more flexibility. We did receive a lot of emails about the rigidity in this. And I think you've made it very clear on multiple occasions in our lines of questioning that this is a lot of it's up to the teacher. So along that, I wanted to know to what degree was your thinking when devising this schedule to make it a sort of a plug and play for when we do reopen. We will have these structured days in place. So when we have to go to A day, B day, if that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Monday, Tuesday, and then a Wednesday, Thursday, that it becomes a feasible approach, not a whole scale restructuring of what the teachers have to do, what they have to prepare for, what the students expect. I mean, I'm assuming that was part of the thought process. Would you like to talk?
Right. So the second tenet of our approach is to make sure that we're nimble enough to adjust or to move between any type of stage. And I'll be honest, last week, we actually debated whether to relaunch the distance learning survey and to force all of our principals to redo all of their classes and move students over to a distance learning teacher so they had some continuity. And the reason why we debated this is because we felt like that continuity was really important, and that there's a struggle when you switch a teacher after a month to another teacher, right? And we wanted to try and avoid that. And so we did, as we thought about this, and the feedback that we heard, right, is that we need continuity, a sense of normalcy for our students. And we want them to understand that if they come back in person, this is what the instructional days looks like. And so what you'll see in all the presentations is we acknowledge stage 3 and stage 4 really look parallel to each other, right? In terms of the amount of time that's used and sort of the approaches that we have. And even at middle school, the staggered times, right? That you have, so that while we got a couple of feedbacks like, why are 6th graders coming in early? Well, they would have came in early this year anyway, because that's what the schedule is. But we also need to acknowledge that we want them to be used to getting up at 7:55, because when we go into stage 3, they're going to come to school at that time. And the same thing with middle school. So all of that is an intentional effort to make sure that things remain the same, but also it provides stability for our staff too, right? We need teachers who may have family members that they're taking care of to understand what their day is going to look like. And it's unfair for staff members to also have to readjust their whole workday and find additional care and disrupt the learning environment if we don't provide them with some continuity too, right? And so as we thought about what was best for our students and what was best for our staff members, we made the decision to create that continuity for everyone.
My final question, just really quick, linking back to the questions on homeschooling and our independent study program. Can you tell me how many of the surrounding Mountain View Wisdom School districts still provide an ISP program before COVID-19? Because I was under the impression when we decided as a board to discontinue it, there wasn't a single one.
We were the Lone Ranger. We were just marching along.
I just don't know that the public knows that. So I think it's important to point that out. And that was the rationale as well. For emails that included that, I'll be trying to catch up with those. And we do have some really neat links and to homeschooling options and resources if that's somebody's preferred pathway, which I think every family should be able to choose what they like, what's best for them. I'm done with my questions. Are there additional questions from trustees? Trustee Conley?
Sorry, you gave me so much time to listen and think. I'll be quick. So are we going to be offering supports for parents? Because I said earlier in my example, like, I'm worried we could fail second grade, and it's not my son, it's we, because I'm going to be the one who's going to be trying to get him through all of this stuff all day long, especially in our lower grades. How are we going to be supporting parents?
So we have the counselor, the programs with chat. We have our school community engagement facilitators. We have our principals who are engaged. At Castro, they actually have an elementary counselor at that site. So we have our at-risk coordinators. We have support staff that can help. And again, if a parent feels overwhelmed, we want them to reach out, but we also will reach out if we're noticing that something is occurring, right? If the data is saying that a family or a student is struggling, we view it as a moral obligation to reach out to the family to find out how we can help the parent. And that's why, we've increased the number of hours that Priscilla works now so that she can help our McKinney-Vento families. It's why we have our school community engagement facilitators. So our goal is to provide that assistance if it's needed. And we've increased also, we've hired 2 tech workers to also assist. We've created a process for parents to submit help tickets. Parents have been calling in. Gabby, who works in the front, has been doing a great job of answering questions and helping families out as we were doing our virtual summer learning program to assist. So if a parent has questions, they call in and they're speaking a different language. We've been able to do that. So we've put a lot of supports in the event that we see that a family is struggling, we can intervene. But also in the event, and I'm not saying you specifically, but in the event that you're struggling, right? Feel free to reach out to the site and let us know how we can help so that we can get you the appropriate supports or that we can support your child, right? And I think, I want to keep going back to this. I also think by empowering teachers to make decisions about what is best for the kids, I think that really is the item that helps students become successful, right? Mm-hmm. And so while, yes, we put up this sample schedule that said 15 minutes, 20 minutes this, half of that, X of this, at the end of the day, it's the teacher. When I was in the classroom, I was the one who knew best what my kids needed, right? And I adjusted my pacing, I adjusted my lessons to meet their specific needs so that they could be successful. And so it's, reaching out to the teacher and saying, I'm really struggling, could you help me out with this? Or can you help me understand how to do this? I think that is what we really needed. And the feedback that we heard from parents in the focus group was exactly that. I didn't know how to teach my kid how to do X. Because I didn't know how to teach my kid how to do X, I really struggled. I mean, look, Eli does his 4th grade. He's going into 4th grade next year. And he has his workbook. We do summer workbooks, right? I did summer workbook. He's doing his summer workbook. And I can tell you, like, the directions they put in there now are different than what I was taught. And I am trying my hardest to help him with long division. And I'm teaching him the way that I know best. And at times it's a little contradictory, right? But if I had a teacher that I could reach out to, if I could call his teacher right now who isn't in, and I could say, hey, could you help me understand how to help him with X? It would make my life a lot easier. And unfortunately, I don't, because it's the summer and his teacher, currently he goes to school out of state, I can't reach out to his teacher. And so that just makes it a little bit difficult, right? But having that connection with the teacher is really what's going to help students really be successful.
I also, I think this is the first time I really clued into it, but when you talked about the survey going out, the previous survey choosing B versus C options, people were choosing for the upcoming trimester. And then it sounds like when the survey goes out this time, it's choosing for the whole year and not just a trimester.
So we are going to allow opportunities to possibly move during a trimester. We will initiate that, right? We will say, if you want to move between B or C, blended or connected, you need to let us know. And if we can accommodate you, we will. But what I'm asking parents is this, again, it's worst case scenario, right? Devin, I want you to assume that your child is going to be in either blended or in connected. And if you have no intention of sending them in under a blended setting, don't choose blended, right? Know that no matter what, we're going to do everything within our power to place them at Mistral. But in the event that because of social distancing guidelines, we can't fit them in, you just need to know that that's just part of the option, right? But next year, God willing, when we reopen, right, and I'm assuming, like I'm saying, we get past the pandemic stage and 2021 is a normal school year, he's going to be back there, right? He'll be in third grade at Mistral. No, yeah, it'll be a little bit different during 2021, but 2021, 2022, back to normal, right? So choose the option that you really believe in right now is there, and know that you'll have on ramps and off ramps at different times throughout the year to make a choice. But what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to make a decision to say, I'm going to choose option B because I'm trying to hoard a spot, knowing that I have no intention of sending him to school. And then on the first day of school, when, you know, he and 20 other kids don't show up, we then have to scramble to recreate classes and to try and assign students over. And then the unintended impact of that is that the YMCA can no longer offer additional spots at the school because they couldn't plan accordingly, or Right at School couldn't, right? And so now parents who need options every single day, or even teachers who are bringing their kids to school who need options every single day, have now been impacted because a parent made a choice. And I understand why the parent's making a choice, but a parent made a choice to not be honest with how they're feeling in the moment. And so we need people to be honest when we send out this survey so that Right at School, YMCA, our staff can all plan appropriately so that we really can meet the needs of all of our students, right? And for your child, it even helps us to understand whether or not we can offer dual immersion in a virtual setting. Because if half of the school doesn't show up mid-year or when we open up and just by accident, we would have had no opportunity to make an adjustment or to ask teachers if they want to move over or to find a teacher with a B class certification to plan appropriately. And that's just not fair to your child, and it's not fair to the children who want to come into school. And that's why when we relaunch the survey, we just want parents to just say, this is what I firmly believe in. And I know that there may be some unintended consequences, but it's all worst case scenario, right? We're just presenting you with what's the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario for your son is you may not show up if we offer it this year, an opportunity to come back, but next year you're guaranteed to be back there, right? So you're not losing your place. It's just this year we just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that I worry about, particularly for our student population at Mistral and Castro, where we have our highest proportion of socioeconomically disadvantaged students and English language learners in the district. I think Mistral has an even higher proportion of Latino families beyond just English language learners or socioeconomic disadvantage. I worry about families, like we're gonna see this mortgage or this, the moratorium on rent. We're gonna see a crisis around housing. We're gonna see our lowest income families, if we continue in shelter in place, may start losing their homes, may be forced to leave our community. And at a school like Mistral that relies on this, that has a large portion of families who are from that population, if those families get economically forced out by this crisis, we're going to have a crisis at that school in terms of maintaining the student population. And so I don't know.
Yeah, and I think, and I didn't say this earlier, so I know John Merchant and Kimber also reached out, right? So we're trying to work with the city to come up with some options too. What I would say is, what we've noticed and what we heard when we did the Cafecito and when we did a focus group with our Latino parents, they want to get back to school, right? They need to get to work, and so they're dependent on these types of options. We can't offer that if we don't have good information. And so part of, and whether we agree with it or not, right, the economy is tied to our ability to open up schools. And, the more we can offer people, the more that we can rely on our partners like the Y and Right at School and Newton to offer space, the better off, the more families that can keep working and keeps and create stability. And so that's why it's going to be important for us to get accurate information so that we can allow those families to stay in our community. And we're going to do everything in our power to provide the supports and to partner with, Hope's Corner, CSA, and all these other organizations across the board. But it starts with us as a community. It starts with us recognizing that we don't need to opportunity hoard here. What we really need to do is just be honest about this is what we're trying, this is what I intend to do right now. And I know that my intention has positive consequences for the rest of the community. And as long as I'm honest about that, we can plan adequately for everyone in our community. And that's really what we need people to do, is everyone in our community to work together. And I think that is the power of just being honest about what my intentions are. That enables us to design programs for Mistral as well as for Castro to support the students. It's why our Beyond the Bell team, which is on here right now, is working around the clock to come up with an option for McKinney-Vento students, because the highest population of McKinney-Vento students exists at Castro. And so by providing them with options helps. But if we can offer more spots at Castro, if we know how many rooms we need. But we can't do that when we're assuming that, we only have 2 spots or 3 spots, right? And so that's why it's really critically important for us to view this as a community solving problem and not just what my family needs kind of thing.
And then a tiny little detail question, which is when we look at reopening in the hybrid model and the probability of, getting heaven forbid, a case at school, and we talked about if a student in a class tests positive, that class goes home. If we're in the hybrid model, we have one teacher who is working with 2 cohorts, in the A cohort and the B cohort. Does that mean that both of those cohorts go home, even if the child was in one cohort, but the teacher stays the same through both cohorts? So 20.
So you're talking about in the hybrid model, if a kid in B cohort has to go home, yes. So both that whole class will be impacted by that one decision. Okay. Even though we use Wednesday as a cleaning day, it impacts everyone, right? Because we're assuming that the exposure of one kid exposed to teacher, and that exposure to the teacher exposed the other class, the other cohort. And so, yes, but we would still continue learning and we would go back to a distance learning format for that particular class until we got confirmation as to whether or not, that there's actually been a true exposure.
Thank you.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, I want to get back to, and maybe this is a happier subject, but Trustee Conley's worry about feeling overwhelmed at home with their student. And the happier subject is there's a lot of built-in parent support at every single school. And I know that each of the schools is going to be opening with PTAs. They're going to be opening with school site councils. They're going to be opening with ELACs. They're going to be having principals' coffees and superintendents' coffees. And just because parents aren't going to be able to stand in the parking lot and talk with each other, there's going to be a lot of emotional support that parents are going to be offering each other. So Devin or any parent, in our district, if you're feeling overwhelmed, you can know that a lot of people feel the same way you do, and reach out to each other. And, you don't even have to reach out to the teacher or the principal, but, other people in the class. So I think PTAs are going to be a big help this year, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. I just have one additional question, and it's about the first day of school. It's going to be a lot different than what that schedule looks like. I want parents to know we're not diving deep on day one and this will be an easing, like, kind of think about it as the reentry of the space parts in the ocean. I mean, it's a reentry process. We're not doing a deep dive right off the bat. I asked this question in private with Dr. Rudolph. I just thought I should ask it publicly because
I think the board actually voted to extend the instructional day till 10 o'clock on Monday. So it's definitely going to be a lot longer.
Oh yeah, just like our meetings.
No. You know, so the first week of school, you know, and again,
walk us through this.
The first week of school is really about reconnecting. It's always been about reconnecting. It's always been about building community. And that's one of the hallmarks of school, right? It's one of the things that people are longing for. And so what the first day, it is a half day. So, you know, students are going to sort of get reintroduced to what the day sort of looks like. It's going to be some meet and greets and stuff, right? And then over the course of the day, each site is working on ways that they can build community and ways of getting kids acclimated. Now at middle school, there will be on Wednesday a reassessment of kids so we can place them in the right math class, right? And that was a request that parents had. So we will be doing that. But outside of that though, it really is about like, what does the day look like? What are the things I'm gonna be working with? Tutorials about how to utilize the materials, asking questions, going through the logistics, right? And that's one of the best practices that we saw, but it's about building community as best we can in a virtual setting, and then building from there. And I think that's one of the things that's different this time, right? Before we spent 6 months building community, and then we had to go to distance learning. Now we have to build community first through a virtual setting, and then get to the instruction. And so our teachers, our principals are really thinking hard about how they do those types of things.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Are there other questions from trustees? Okay, now will be the time for members of the public to comment on this item. If you could please raise your hands. I'm seeing hands raised. I'll wait another minute to see if there are more to give folks time. I'm seeing 5 right now, and I believe we have
5 comments.
5 email comments. I'm balancing people that are live versus the comments that we've all already seen via email. I don't want to cede time from people who are on, from also hearing those comments that we've all read that may be wanting to be read into the public record.
All right.
Okay, I see 5 hands. If when we call on you, you could state your name, please, for the record, that would be very helpful, and you'll unmute yourself. We'll start off in the order I see them read in, and it looks like Christian, you're first. If you could please unmute yourself.
Did you say how much time?
I didn't say the number. We have 5. So 5. We'll go with 3-minute comments each, please. So Christian, we'll start the timer we'll start the timer now. Is somebody timing, Dr.?
Yep, as soon as we're ready to go.
Okay, Christian, I apologize for interrupting you. You have the floor, please.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Kirsten and my husband's Christian.
I'm sorry.
No. I put Christian on the name there. So I appreciate all the information. Kind of along the theme of communities, I think a lot of parents have already reached out to each other to try to come up, and I know the word pod has a lot of negative connotation already, but to work collaboratively, because a lot of us do work. And so I'm wondering if there's going to be opportunities to work with the district and the individual schools to try to keep our children, when we do come up with those smaller groups, to try to keep those kids in classes together when we go to blended learning, so that we can continue to support each other with helping our children in the online environment and with after school, so that we can minimize the amount of exposure we have to other platforms, I guess, if you will.
Thank you, Kristen. We'll move on to, all I see is Alvaro. I'm thinking that's a last name, so I apologize if I'm.
No, that's the first name. My name is Salvador.
Oh, sorry. Shows you what I know.
So I'll just jump into the thing. First of all, I keep missing, and I've heard a few of these things, and I've read emails, etc. And maybe I missed it, but I miss clear or discussion on whether you have considered outdoor options for when we go to a blended system. Because even though the evidence is sketchy, but it seems like outdoor is safer than indoor. And we're not in Minnesota, this is California, so our kids can probably survive at least spending some of the time outdoors. And it might be even cheaper than the MERV 13 filters that we have installed in the classes. Just a thought. Another thought on talking about guidance on attendance. So Trustee Conley sort of asked the question, but again, I want to insist that, because our kids are going to be in our homes. Now, our homes are the school. If the school is out of commission because there's an emergency, the kids are not going to be able to go, and those days don't count. So if, say, I have a plumbing emergency in my house and I'm going to have a bunch of strangers walking around my house, I'm probably going to have my kid out of the house and she's not going to be in class that day. So more specific guidance on that flexibility would be appreciated, because even though I appreciate the flexibility, the generic flexibility that you have been talking about, those specific guidance items go a long way to ensure that we're going to be okay. And these things will happen. We're going to have a bunch of people in their houses and things are going to happen. Internet's going to go down, or electricians need to show up for 2 days and we can't do anything, and my kid will be safer outside of the home. Another thing I want to comment on is one of the main reasons I think why schools start early is because parents need to drop off their kids at school and then they need to go to work. Now we're not in that world right now, and for a while we're going to be online, and some parents are going to choose to be online for the whole year because they feel that that's safer. There's some evidence actually that indicates that kids get, if they wake up later, they will probably perform better simply because they sleep better. Every family has different needs, and this also kind of intersects with the needs of work. So I would encourage you to consider flexibility around time, especially the check-in time, mandating that the initial check-in is in the beginning of the morning. May make things harder for some people. It may be simpler for some people, for example, to get a couple hours of work before the kid is ready for the check-in, and maybe there's a check-in at 10 a.m. and the kid, assuming everything works normally, assuming the kid is engaged and things are working out normally, I don't see a problem with that. I would encourage you to offer that option in an explicit way to include everyone.
Yeah. So do you want him to keep going? His time is up, so.
Oh, I think we can say it.
Okay. Sorry about that. I thought the ringer would go and I didn't.
I didn't hear anything. I just heard it was automatically muted.
Okay, so
we're still working on the timer for this system of auto, but your 3 minutes are up. If you have additional comments, please email the trustees. I have a very full inbox and I'm doing my best to work through them. So please, any additional comments, we do want you to be heard, and we just have a limited amount of time. We'll go on now to Katie Perez.
Katie. Hi there. Hi, sorry.
Hi.
I did send in a public comment too, but I don't know that I said in my message that I get why our district is not offering the homeschool program. And I know that you guys offered us some options for homeschooling programs outside of the district. I'm just feeling like, I don't know, like I want to give our community all of the options that we possibly can during this time, and that if people want to choose a homeschooling program outside of the district, it would be really great if we didn't then penalize them by saying that they might lose their spot at their school. So that was just my my comment was just, it doesn't cost us anything to, to run a program that's not in our district. And if our school funding right now isn't dependent upon the number of kids enrolled in the school, that it would be a nice option to just give parents as much flexibility as possible to do what's best for their family right now. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Ms. Engelhardt?
Hi, thanks. Thanks for all your ongoing work with this. And Dr. Rudolph, I appreciate the emphasis throughout your presentation on wanting teachers to have a lot of input on the way the classroom is functioning and runs as we usually do during the school year. So I appreciate that emphasis. This is going to come out as a question, but I know you're not answering questions, but it's just coming out that way. I know that each student is going to get a Chromebook, and I would like you to consider providing each teacher with the same Chromebook that their students are receiving, so we can be aware of how the students are accessing, the screen they see, the buttons they have to push, that type of thing. Since we have MacBooks, our experience might be different than theirs. I teach kindergarten, so it's going to be really important for me to know what they're seeing and what their parents are seeing. I personally haven't used Chromebooks with my students in the past, with my kindergarten students. I know that at some schools they do. So they might have a little more familiarity with it, but I would work better if I had a Chromebook so I knew what they were dealing with. And thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Engelhardt. I'll let you, the resetting of the timer before I call the next person so as not to. Okay, Ms. Cooper, could you unmute yourself, please?
Hi, thank you very much.
Hi.
My comments come from my experience working in the classroom with the students. And I appreciate everything you guys are doing, everything. I hear lots of procedures and help for parents and teachers. And I have a comment about maybe we need to give some direction to students. I now work in the middle school, and when sixth graders come in, a very important thing that happens right away is how do we become a middle school student? And that actually is time spent saying, this is what time you come in, this is where you go, this is what is expected, you have to go to all these different classes, you need to be on time, this is how you take care of your personal needs. And it sounds silly, but it has to happen. And I think that we need to help our students know how to be good distance learners. And I say that based on the March to June thing. And I know that was a completely different situation, but I also know that students needed to know, they need to know now, they have to be on time, they have to have their Chromebooks fully charged, they have to be ready to work, they have to have all their supplies next to them. And they need to know that. And we're making an assumption that they do. And we're also making assumption among us right now that we've taught our kids that so everybody knows how to do that, but that's not true. We can be sitting here with a suit and tie on the top half, and the bottom half is our sweatpants, and we all know that. And but the bottom line is we need to help our kids be ready for school, and consistency across the district would be really good if we just had maybe 4 or 5 basic statements: be on time, be ready to work. Another one is have your video on at all times. We're making an assumption that kids do this, and they don't. So I'm coming at it from the perspective of what can I do to help the students be the best students they can be distance learning. That's my comment. Thank you for giving me the time.
All right, I have community comments, and I want to just note, I'm assuming y'all can hear me, correct? Okay. So I just want to note that there were some that were sent both to trustees as well as to public comments at mvwsd.org. The ones that were sent to trustees as well as public comments, those were removed because most of those have already been addressed or are in the process of being addressed. So these are only the ones that went to directly public comments that were forwarded to trustees after the meeting started. So just there are 5 of them, and I'll read these and adhere to the guidelines. And if I run over, you'll hear a bell. So the first one is from Julia Kwan. Hello, in regards to the upcoming school year, I wanted to see if an option B2 could be available or considered that would allow for families to choose option B, but only on a half-day basis. Still keeping groups A and B for 2 in-person days. Kids who select this option would be dismissed from school before lunch and continue school online for the remainder of the day. And the district is looking for creative and effective solutions and hope this may be taken under consideration. This will provide many benefits. At lunchtime, when masks need to be removed, there would be less students in class, making it easier for all. Dismissal at the end of the day would be more efficient and staggered, since some students would dismiss at lunch, again, making it safer with less crowding. Less students would need to use the bathrooms at school. I would love to send my child to school once conditions allow to learn in person with their teachers and friends. However, having practice wearing a face mask at home, my second grader can last about 2 to 3 hours before she keeps touching her face mask as it has gotten uncomfortable. This raises a safety concern for younger children who may touch the outside of the mask repeatedly, turning something that is to protect them as a potential source of germs. Also, uncomfortableness of wearing masks for 6 hours plus can be a major distraction to learning. The reason why kids are in school. As such, an option B2, allowing families to select half days under option B for the 2 persons instruction days, is a winning proposal all around that I believe many families would welcome and hope the district considers. Thank you very much for your time, Julia. The next one comes from Christy Ryan and Christy Ryan. Hello, my name is Christy Ryan, and I write today as a parent of a rising kinder student at Montaloma Elementary. Based on the updates in the samples reopening schedules to date, I have been under the impression that school days for students would include 1 synchronous meeting in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, with asynchronous lessons available throughout the day. This approach seemed feasible, and our family has been working diligently over the last several weeks to adjust work schedules and devise an approach for our students, our daughter's schooling, that would support her learning and comply with county guidelines for social distancing. I've just reviewed the distance learning expectations and pacing for kinder draft schedule included in the August 6th Mountain View Westminster Board agenda. However, and counting and check-in and check-out meetings, as well as the expected minutes for ELA, math, designated ELD, and RTI laid out in this draft, I can count 24 expected Zoom meetings per week. I urge the board to consider the impact of this on young children, as well as its feasibility. As an adult who's worked remotely primarily through Zoom meetings for the past several years, I can attest that online meetings of this frequency and regularity are exhausting and mentally taxing for adults, many of whom are well accustomed to working in this modality. As a parent of a child who struggled with remote learning in the spring through MVWSD TK program, I'm hard pressed to imagine a scenario where my daughter's learning, motivation, and mental health do not suffer in a scenario where she is required to participate in synchronous learning at this level. While I'm sure there are children who experience greater belonging and social connectedness through synchronous meetings, we have found that participating in class meetings prompted increased anxiety and only exacerbated her feelings of isolation. Further, as a full-time working parent with a partner who has a full-time job, I'm at a loss to imagine how my spouse and I will simultaneously work to support our daughter through a school week that requires synchronous meetings throughout the day. For kinder children, simply navigating through the various meetings and other online platforms on a rigid schedule will require the nearly full attention of an adult during school hours. For any working parent, this will be a logistical nightmare and an impossible task to imagine with reasonable success. Requiring synchronous meetings for other school for school assignments and activities to be completed in a particular time block deprives family of the flexibility that they need to best support their child's learning. Importantly, the burden of having to comply with the rigidity timed distance learning schedule will be felt most acutely by low-income children and children of single parents. These families often do not have the luxury of having a parent stay home to support students' learning, nor can they afford to hire additional help or put their children in childcare. Without creating more flexible options for navigating the school day outside of regular school hours and creating additional programs to provide resources and supports to these families, will exacerbate the opportunity and outcome gaps that already exist in our school system between families in considerable means and those without. For all these reasons, I urge the board to do away with extensive requirements for students to participate in synchronous lessons. Instead, offer synchronous lessons. All right. The next one comes from Sakib Gassamai, so I apologize for messing up the name. The nature of COVID-19 could not have been anticipated, and we are all doing the best that we can with this unfortunate situation. In planning the 2021 school year, well-intentioned decisions regarding distance learning have been made. With those good intentions, the Mountain View Westman School District's distance learning plan with mandatory synchronous attendance and assessments inadvertently puts more parents and students in the physical and mental health to jeopardy while abdicating responsibility for the education of the children, particularly young elementary students. Instead, should distance learning be implemented, then the synchronous attendance and assessment should and must be entirely optional. The serious nature of COVID-19 can't be ignored. Although in-person learning is far more effective than distance learning, it appears that the district has assessed that the protection of the staff, teachers' physical health supersedes the educational needs of students. It may be the right choice. While I would very much like my children to attend school in person, I make no arguments against that decision. However, requiring the mandatory synchronous meetings and the assessments, grading of students' classwork will not work with distance learning, particularly for the young elementary school age children. This especially is true for a large majority of families with full-time working parents. The close of the 2019-20 school year illustrated many of the shortcomings that come with distance learning. Even the excellent work by the district and teachers to facilitate distance learning, the experiment was a failure on many fronts, especially true for young elementary children. 1, working parents are not available. 2, working parents that do not know the curriculum. 3, working parents that do not have the training or to properly facilitate learning. 4, many parents ill-equipped at fostering a teacher-student interaction for what is inherently a parent-child relationship and setting. 5, young elementary level school children unable to sit for long periods of time in video conferences. 6, young elementary school children unable to follow the disparate sources of work on the computer. The list goes on. It resulted in overly physically, mentally, and emotionally taxing the parents and the children without a commensurate progression of educational or social growth. It was a high cost to a low benefit situation. The current distance learning plan does not address any of these issues experienced at the end of the last school year. In fact, the mandatory synchronous meetings and assessments only make the already bad situation worse. The synchronous meetings and assessments drive working parents to make no-win decisions. 1, creating learning paths where families share responsibility of a group of children. This results in a higher risk of COVID-19 exposure, as it encourages the very person-to-person exchanges that the school district is trying to avoid. This comes with all the failings of distance learning and the risk of terrible personal liability scenarios waiting to unfold. 2, employ childcare, right at school, YMCA, personal tutors, and others. It comes at a high financial cost to families. It is an unfamiliar financial burden for those who can manage it. Now, the third one comes from Michelle Pollen. Hello, my daughter goes to Montaloma, and I know plans are finalizing for the school year. I wanted to raise my concern with having to follow a strict schedule and with check-in and check-outs expected at certain times. While we plan on following the guidelines, we have constant internet issues and Zoom issues that may cause lots of stress to comply with these potential requirements, which could get the kids and parents in the wrong mood at the start of the day. How will this be handled? Thanks, Michelle. And the last comment comes from Caroline O'Connor. Please consider offering students the opportunity to pick up paper packets of work and turn them in lieu of requiring so many Zoom calls a week, or alternatively, allowing our outstanding MVWSD teachers to create a plan for their students based on their own experience and creativity to connect with students. Video calls and screen time in general have had a very poor effect on my kids' well-being, as well as would be expected per the research on kids and screen time. My only choice would be to pull the kids out of the district, which would mean they wouldn't be able to return to their school, Stevenson, because they would lose our seats here. Sadly, video calls are not a replacement for in-person learning, although I know we all wish they were given the extremely difficult situation we are in. Forcing us into so much screen time would not only not produce better learning outcomes than allowing families to get through the work on paper. Thank you so much for your consideration. Carolyn O'Connor, mom to Flynn O'Connor and Nate O'Connor, who are in 3rd and 1st at Stevenson.
Thank you for public comments. We will now move to trustee comments. Trustees, do you have, let's see, Trustee Wheeler and then Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you.
And then Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. So today is August 6th. It's the 75th anniversary of the bombing of Hiroshima, and I'd like us to at least recognize it during this meeting.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Should we do that perhaps during the board updates section of the agenda? Because we're still in discussing the reopening.
We haven't finished this agenda item.
No, we have not finished this item yet.
So I don't think I need to say it twice. So let's remember it for when it's trustee comments.
Thank you. Trustee Gutierrez.
Thank you. I can't help but to reiterate what Dr. Rudolph said before and what the Board of Trustees thinks now as a whole, but also many parents have shared with me too, which is this situation is surreal. No one was expecting to be in this position. But this is the time where we need to work with one another, because we all understand that there's differences that are socioeconomic, cultural within our community, and that's displayed within our school settings. But we're also now seeing that these differences between the classes are real, and it doesn't help that they're magnified when we go into something experimental like distance learning, where there is no state-specific mandate of how to do this, or for that matter, a federal one or federal money. So this is the time to be able to be 1, patient, 2, helpful, and 3, communicative. There's no such thing as not enough communication. That's one thing we learned on the board. We're able to agree to disagree with one another, but we also understand the concerns of parents when we read each and every single one of these emails. But I have to stress that we have to work together as a community to get through this. And I say that not to lecture people, not because I know better than people, not because of this or that. Just say it because I'm a human being and we're in this together. And frankly, we don't know if this is the start of a different journey in our lives. Who's to say that this may not be the norm for the next 2 or 5 years or 10 or 15? This can come and go in waves. So this helps us to better understand ourselves as a community and as families and as a school district, but it also gives us an opportunity to figure out along this transitional period what works and what doesn't work, and how we can mend whatever discrepancies there exists that impede our ability to learn, and for that matter, to get along with one another. And for that, I have to say this, but you're more than welcome to comment and send your emails, but please do not attack us personally. That's not appreciated. No one should have to go through that, or what Madam President Wilson's gone through. It's not called for. And we can't work together as a community if we have these divisions come up and there's no accountability. Our kids learn from what they see in our reactions with everyday challenges in our lives. And we should act as role models, but also as friends and mentors to them and to everyone around us, and try to understand that yes, we are in this together. It's not a facade, it's a reality. And without each other support, it's just gonna be more difficult to achieve the best results that we want for all of our children. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gutierrez. Trustee Blakely.
Thank you. I have just a few comments. One was the emails that Dr. Rudolph was reading, and everybody who sent emails in. Some of them were cut short in the reading, but we did receive all of those. So rest assured, those of you who sent them in, that the trustees have all of them, and we have and/or will read them. The second thing I wanted to say is I personally am very glad that we are preserving some of the whole child types of activities, the art, the music, the PE. I'm hopeful. I know screen time is rough, but I'm hopeful that for some kids that will still be, some joy in their day and something that keeps them engaged. I think those are great skills for kids to have and to explore other things other than pure academics. I also wanted to say, and this Dr. Rudolph mentioned it earlier, but the tentative MOU with the union on the distance learning it gives me the confidence that the teachers, our wonderful teachers in our district, have bought into this plan. And so I'm really hopeful that, they're very talented and that they will be able to execute it. And I'm sure, like anything, as Trustee Gutierrez was just saying, if there's significant problems with any of this, we're going to have to adapt and modify as we go forward. And this is the best plan that we have today. And so I'm hopeful again that everybody will be patient. And my last, this is maybe more of a question or a comment for you, Dr. Rudolph. We have of late received some interest in parents perhaps opting out for the year to do homeschooling. And I guess for the families, like one of the comments that you read was I believe was a family from Mauna Loma. Assuming they live in the Mauna Loma neighborhood area, if that family decided it was best for them to homeschool this year, using some of the resources that are available for homeschooling parents online and such, they would still be able to return to Mauna Loma next year, assuming, or whenever it is that we reopen. So anybody who's in a neighborhood school could return. The risk is for the folks in the choice programs. If there were a waiting list, they might lose their spot and then have to go to their neighborhood school. Is that correct?
Correct. If a student unenrolls from the district, then they have to, by board policy, go back through the enrollment process, which means that they have to reapply for the lottery at both of those sites. And so, I can't speak to whether or not they would get back in when the lottery took place. But if we assume the worst case scenario, if you unenroll in the district, considering the wait list that exists at both schools, the likelihood of you getting back in, because you would actually, you go back into the full lottery. And then what happens is that, there's no guarantee you're going to be number one back on the list. And so it's possible that you will lose your spot. But you are guaranteed.
I'm sorry.
You're guaranteed a spot at your home school, which has always been the board's intent, but you're not guaranteed a spot at a choice school.
And as a practical matter, if a family has enrolled in the Mistral program, if they got in the lottery and enrolled, I think Ms. Vicjard said they're just about full for this year, but in the grades, the upper grades, it's harder to transfer in because the students don't have the requisite amount of Spanish generally. So that one would be less of a crap shot. But for the Stevenson program this year, I'm just wondering, like, do we have wait lists? I know kindergarten is always very impacted. Are there wait lists for the grades, the upper grades at that school as well?
Yeah, if we turn the district office into a satellite spot for Stevenson, we would fill up every corner of the office, right? Stevenson has always maintained a very high wait list across the board. And so if you unenroll from the district, if you tried to re-enroll during the school year, you go to the bottom of the wait list. And then if you enrolled for the upcoming school year, you would fall into the priority listing that sets the lottery up. And so there's no guarantee where you will fall because it's randomized.
But there is a wait list at that school generally in all the grades, not just kindergarten. Okay.
Right. There's a wait list both at Mistral and there's a wait list at Stevenson. Mistral experiences a little bit more attrition, primarily because families make a decision as they move up, whether or not they want their kid to get more English or not. Whereas Stevenson doesn't experience that similar thing. Typically, Stevenson has a very high retention rate. Probably one of the Stevenson, Bub, and Mistral probably have the highest retention rates across the board, but Mistral would be the third amongst those three schools.
I just want to make sure that families understand that if they opt to go to a homeschooling option. Although all of our schools are great, so there's good choices if you do come back. Thank you.
Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Wilson. I wanted to thank all of the community members who wrote civically minded and helpful input. The comments that we received give us an idea of the experience that families across our district are having, and it allows us to reach a different point in our conversation as a board. I often tell people, if somebody writes to all of the trustees, instead of starting at point A and getting to point B in our conversation as a board, we can start at point C and get to point D. So that input and outreach is really helpful. Thank you for doing that in a respectful manner. I'd like to thank our translator, because I didn't realize how hard his job was until watching him on these Zoom calls translate straight without a break for 5 hours. So thank you, Mr. Colina, for your incredible service. And I want to send a love letter to our staff and teachers and principals as they are gearing up for this year. This is a year unlike any other. I know we have an incredible team, and I know, as Trustee Gutierrez said, that everyone is going to work together as a community and support each other. It's not going to be easy.
I think her internet may have locked, or mine did.
Oh, you're good. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm like, everybody's frozen. Okay, she's still frozen.
Data reporting. Oh, sorry, Trustee Wilson.
You froze for probably a good 45 seconds.
Oh,
sorry.
God. Well, I hope
You did, and I think it was on, at least on this feed, which is the live feed, she didn't freeze.
Oh, perfect. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Right.
I was just pointing out that our county has been flying blind without accurate case count data since mid-July. So that's at least 3 weeks that we haven't had clear data. I know that there's been discussion around waivers, but I want to say this publicly, that I think that if waivers are granted when we do not have accurate case count data, but we suspect it is already higher than we see, that would be negligent on the part of our county. And, you know, we've got to take care of our community, and it's just terrifying to me that we don't have accurate data. That being said, I want to end on a positive note. We're going to do the best we can as a district and a community, and I know that the county is working hard as well. It's not their fault they don't have the data, but let's get it together and try and keep everyone safe.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. I just echo a lot of the comments that have already been made. We've received a high volume of email on this topic, which, as was mentioned, reflects where people's thoughts are when they see this hard copy material. And I do hope many people were able to tune in and listen to the discussion part of around that hard copy material, and that there is flexibility built into this, and it serves as a framework within which fluidity by teacher and classroom will occur. I've not had time to answer all the emails, and there have been comments that I am sending form responses. When people as Trustee Conley mentioned, when they email the trustees, I cannot offer an opinion back that would violate the Brown Act. I can offer information. And that's often why some of the emails don't seem personalized or do seem rather stale, if you will, and only contain information. It's not that we're not listening, it's that we have not had a public deliberation on the topic. In addition, oftentimes what I write can be either forwarded onto social media platforms or sent to the newspaper. So it's, again, has to be quite factual and it cannot represent my opinion or thought, but you are being heard. Hopefully you feel that way given the comments and questions that you've seen tonight. And it gives me this sense of that every family is different and there are varying levels of anxiety around what's happening right now. We hear you, we see you, we do have a wonderful community and I know we will all come together to make this work. We will stumble, we will fall, but we will succeed because that's what people in this community do. Nothing will be perfect from day one, but we will again evolve and we will modify and we will get through this. As Trustee Gutierrez mentioned, this is unprecedented. Nobody's ever thought to teach strictly online for elementary or middle school. And certainly that's not what we all signed up for when we got into this district, but this is where we are. And I applaud our teachers for being part of this plan, for all the community members that were involved in putting it together, for all of the district office staff, and as well as our site level leadership. There has been a lot of broad scale stakeholder input, and I'm proud of where we're at. And I know this is, it's very stress inducing for parents. It is for myself. I have to, work full time and help my child learn online by myself too. So it's not that we don't all understand the situation as well. So please know that we're human, we're here. And if we need to modify what we're doing, we will do what's in the best interest of these kids. That's what we're here to do and to ensure. So I want to thank you and thank everyone for their civic engagement and for their patience in my trying to respond to the volume of email. I'll stop there. Are there other comments from trustees?
I just want to thank everyone for working as a team, as the board, and for Allende for stepping in and showing leadership, and for our teachers for showing community spirit, and for our parents who are concerned about their child's education. If they tuned into this meeting, I hope that their worries are a little less as they understand the vantage point that the district office has and that we have in our insight in trying to be helpful as much as we can.
All right, thank you, everyone. And right now we'll move on to item 9, board updates. I know Trustee Wheeler made a comment earlier that was folded into this. Are there additional board updates? I can't see Laura. Here, hold on.
Would it be possible to take a moment of silence to recognize the anniversary of the bombing at Hiroshima?
That's a great idea.
As Trustee Wheeler recommended, I think that was, I didn't know what to do with the comment when you made it in the other discussion. Trustee Wheeler, I apologize, but it's something that I do think we should recognize.
Agreed.
That's a great idea. Well, I don't know the duration of that. Does somebody want to chime in here?
About a minute.
Okay, we'll have a minute of silence, please, to honor the anniversary. Thank you, everyone. Are there other board updates? Seeing heads nodding. We do have items for future agendas, and there's an equity presentation that the staff is working on. And we have our future board meeting dates listed as well. So the next meeting will be on August 20th. And with that, at 11:17, we will adjourn this meeting of the